Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, July the 31st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me in the main room. I'm waiting for there you are, Torty. Okay, so you guys can hear me in YouTube. You can hear me in the main room. Always fascinating. This is a great discussion, DAC and etc. Captain talking about trading styles, etc. Interestingly, you guys were talking about the MUHA. So I'm going to give this a real shot today using a 3-minute chart on with the go no go. And you know, had I been in this one, I was not in this one, but had I been in MUHA, the first sell signal would have been right here when that blue turned to that light green. That would have been the first sell signal. And you know, from there on, it went down. So I'm going to be really giving this a good workout for the balance of the week and maybe through next week on a 3-minute chart with the go no go. Anyway, so there's lots happening this morning. There's the NUZE, the same thing. You know, the NUZE, this kept me out. You know, probably I would have taken this one on that little pop. But again, it did not turn blue. It did not turn blue. Now, look, I mean, I could have made money, of course. Would have been a bit of a guess, but I'm going to try to stick to these rules of the go no go. Now, Powell. I wonder if Jay Powell's got this one. So yeah, there's very little volume on this one. POWL. Sorry, why is this NUZE still here? This is hope we're not going to get stuck here. Went through this a couple of weeks ago where the flag got stuck. Well, anyway, this is Powell, POWL, and big gap up, 27%, $35. Not much volume though. There's not much volume at all. It's untradeable. Well, I wouldn't say untradeable, but 168, 170, the bid ask. But anyway, I'm going to wait to see what happens when the market opens on this. This is another one, DALN. Yeah. Are you guys getting stuck here too? Shoot. Every day it seems to be some stupid little thing happening. I wonder if it's just on the browser edition. See, what's happening is I'm getting this stuff right there. It says NUZE. Chart is right. It's DALN. This is an earnings play. DALN is an earnings play. Not much volume again, but never heard of this one before. The Dallas News Corps. Morning, perfect. This has been trashed down. This PEPG, guys. PEPG just absolutely killed today. Down 34%. This is not, I'm trying to see if it's an earnings play. No, it's not an earnings play. Release of their DMD drug data. So obviously, the data was not good, or it has not been received well, obviously. And it's right down into the 200-day moving average also. That's PEPG. Owner William, have you been able to take a look at this one? It's PEPG. You see what else I've got going? Because this is really a catastrophic drop. Lily, where are you, Lily? LLY? So Lilly is up. Actually, that's only 0.91%. It's such an expensive stock. It's up $7. Okay. I thought it was up more. Another one that's getting kicked here is this Macrogenics, MGNX, MGNX. And wow, so they shares plunge after the discontinuation of their prostate cancer drug trial that had patient deaths. Wow. Okay, so that is Macrogenics. This is not quite. Is this an all-time low? Not quite, but it's certainly at the low end. This down here may be the lifetime low in this area. 309 from GNX. PITA, PITA. Now I wonder if this doesn't translate into German. You guys know what I'm talking about? The acronym. Anyway, this is I guess this was PEGR before, and this is a SPAC. Yeah, this is yeah, so this was PEGR, and now this is this and turned into PITA. So it's a SPAC. What's my news source? I use Andre in our Andres in our YouTube room. That's what my news source is. It's from Interactor Brokers. Okay, Interactor Brokers. That's my broker, and that's my news source. So PITA, PITA. It started trading yesterday as PITA. Pins, PINS, an earnings play, guys. PINS, earnings play. Man, that's a big gap down through the 200-day moving average. Also, big gap down through that 200-day moving average. Now, where else could it go? I mean, the weekly low is 33.37, so it's getting close to that weekly low. This is back in April. A lot of earnings plays, guys. I can't get to them all. I don't know if I mentioned Owens, or sorry, OI Glass. This used to be Owens. No, there's another one. Gold, an earnings play also. Gap down on earnings, maybe some support around 10. JCI, there's another one I saw. JCI is another earnings play. JCI, yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's holding its own up here. Okay, it hasn't given so kind of in this basing area. And when you look left on the daily chart, anyway, the high was 24.23, 74.23. So that is above that high. So and that's also on the weekly high. So there might be some room. But again, guys, I've got a ton of earnings plays. What I was saying, what if I can fit this all in? Barely. So these are all the earnings plays so far that are meeting my filter requirements. These are the ones near the low of the day, and these are the ones near the high, well, pre-market. So that is how I have them sorted. Teva, I heard Teva. I don't think it is an earnings play. So Teva is an earnings play. Teva is an earnings play. Now for me though, looks like it could be coming into some resistance. So the one I really, guys, I mean, I don't know if William heard me, and I don't expect him to do this, but if he's got time, this PEPG, I don't know what else they've got going on. I mean, that's a big slap down. And it's funny because when you read this headline, it announces positive data, positive data. Well, you know what? That didn't even, when was that? Was that yesterday? Or that was yesterday, actually. That was after hours yesterday. Let's see if it even popped. Didn't even pop after hours yesterday. So even though their headline read positive data, the market got knocked it down. If you can see my 15-minute chart, that mauve area is after hours yesterday. So Wow, VCNX is getting hit here now, guys. VCNX. So they're early stage in Alzheimer's, not, well, again, I don't care what sort of, if they're trying to put a positive spin on this, but it's not being met positively at all. Look, I'm seeing this news at 9 o'clock, so it's possible there was some news earlier on it and that popped out a bit. But anyway, I don't know. This news came out at 9, according to in Interactive Brokers, and look at that candle. Look at that candle. Shoot, this was shortable for me too. Not many, 3,400 shares. Yeah, so let's take a look at lots happening today on the economic calendar. Of course, lots is happening, especially at 2 and 2:30. But let's see, what time is it now? It is 9:11. So the next Chicago PMI at 9:45, that can have an effect. By the way, I haven't even talked about the market. Now, again, this is big. This is a huge rip in the market. Now, a lot of that, of course, is because the market was down so much yesterday, but nonetheless, this is a huge rip in the market this morning. Meanwhile, VCNX continues to plummet here. So, Chicago PMI at 9:45, that can have an effect. Pending home sales at 10 o'clock. But the big one, guys, of course, the FOMC announcement, 2 o'clock. But then, so we'll have some fireworks then, and at 2:30 the presser starts. So, be an interesting day. Well, my only advice is if you're in stocks, the more high profile stocks, the larger cap stocks, I'd be, you never know what you never know what's going to happen at 2 o'clock or at 2:30. Now, there's a lot of the stocks that we follow, these low float stocks, they don't really care what happens, but definitely a lot of action today. Yeah. So if you go to Troy, if you click on new, do you know how to get there? I can give you a promo, okay? If you know how to get there in order to add it, if you use Barry 25, that should get you 25% off. Okay. Well, I typed it in. Not yeah, not Y, but IE. I just typed it in it. Okay, can you see it? And remember now, that's only on the first month. All right, guys. Let's see what is happening with the major sectors this morning. I mean, they're all going to be the only wild card could be energy, but let's take a look. See, my computer goes a little crazy here. Not overly. Okay. So what you're seeing here, major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 95% in green. That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close, and as would be expected. So communications is interesting. Only 62% are above. Let's take a look at TMUS. Yeah, so this is an earnings play, guys, actually. So T-Mobile is an earnings play, TMUS. Kimi, KMI, Energy Play. What is this? Down a little bit, not a lot of volume, but it's kind of counter. This might be the only one that's down in the entire sector that make up XLE. And something about a dividend, I think. Consumer staples, only 50-50. How about MDL is that? I wonder if this is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. Mondelez International, big gap. Well, it looks like a big gap. It's not really as big as it looks. And this is, take a look at anything. What I'm really trying to do here, the exercise I do here is really trying to find a big outlier, something that is going counter to the sector. So, if Kimi had been down a lot more, that certainly counter to the sector. It's not an earnings play. I think it's something to do with a dividend. Maybe tomorrow I'll start a little earlier in showing this because I haven't looked at the 200-day moving average for a long time with all these. I mean, they're all should be way above still. But you know what? They may be catching up. Let's just take a look at utilities just for argument's sake or for fun. XLU. Yeah, can't even see it. 200-day moving average is at 64.98. So it's, yeah, way down here. So, yeah, so all these, all the major sectors are still well above the 200-day moving average. Take a look at financials. Yeah, you can't even see. Wow, $39. Yeah, $39. So I mean, obviously, if I had a bigger daily chart, I would see a blue line down around 39, but they're well above. No news on the NUZ? Probably not. I mean, the news might have been still from here. Okay, Keshki. This is from our YouTube room. Just a trade, I mean, it's just still active. The low float, 3.8 million in the float. I don't think there's any new news today on it. I don't even really remember what happened back here on it. Probably could be. All right, guys. Now ISPO is having a little bit of a pop here. It's up 10%. Had a pullback from yesterday's high. Of course, I had a tremendous 2 days. Yesterday was a continuation from the day before. What are we now? Wednesday. So that's Monday, Tuesday. So yeah, Monday had the big pop. Look at the volume. Look at the volume from yesterday, 32 million with that float. Pretty decent volume already. So there is the high of yesterday. Okay. Cash Kushki saying you got a lot of SMSs on ISPO. Um, yeah, let's see if was there anything though yesterday. Um, SW. Is this an earnings play? SW? Yeah, this is an earnings play. This is probably the first time they've released earnings. Okay, they started trading as SW back here. Yeah, so SW, this is an earnings play. Smurf it. Now, JP Morgan trying to prop this up a bit. This is this morning. They came out with this price target. Now, it's interesting. Michael Noss posted some stuff about, the guy from Andrew left. So he's under investigation. And I guess the big deal is this, is that now, because, and I'm bringing this up right now because all these firms put these price targets up. Actually, all of them, but I mean, we see a lot of times where JP Morgan just maintaining coverage with overweight, price target of 65. Okay, so I guess the deal against Andrew Left is that he's putting out these price targets like all these guys, and yet he's selling way ahead of it. Now that I think that is what the issue is, but he's not telling anybody to buy. He's just saying, well, this is what I think a price chart, but he's selling way ahead of it. So anyway, I don't know. They all do it. When I say they all do it, I'm not saying JP Morgan is going to sell well in advance of their so-called price target of 65, but all these big firms, a lot of them would love put these price targets. Now, what are they going to do? Analyze when did JP Morgan start selling? Anyway, I think that's kind of interesting. I didn't realize that was the deal with Andrew Left and why they're investigating him. And MJNX continues its way down here. Boy, there are a lot of shares available. 4.9 million at Interactive Brokers. Shorts available. I mean, this already had the massive collapse this week. This was in May, from 16 down to never recovered. Never recovered, really. I don't know if that was the same sort of news. I thought they also had other drugs in their pipeline, but what is go no go? Okay, what time is it right now? 9:23. So Bob, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, if you click on new and then click on doc channel bar, okay, click on doc channel bar. One of the channels is called Go No Go Charts, and you click on that. And this is a good explanation about what it's all about. Okay. Now, if you don't have this, you don't have Trade Ideas, because I can give you a link to these two videos. But this video kind of, doesn't kind of, it explains it. And also there's some text here. Okay. So if you have Trade Ideas, then go to that channel and then you can take a look at these videos. Well, you guys are talking about LSH. Lush. So LSH announces agreement with leading Asia-based e-commerce platform to provide seamless cross-border fulfillment services. So and of course, look, it's not the news, guys. It's 1.8. That's the news. Okay, really? I mean, that's what you have to focus on. The fact that it only has 1.8 million in the float. and it's traded 4 million shares already. I guess it started trading as SLH. I don't know if it's an IPO, a true IPO, or a SPAC that turned into this, or a symbol name change. Let's just call it an IPO. Maybe Draw or Casa looks that up, or somebody. But big deal then if it takes out 425. You know what? Okay, it was priced at 450. There it is. Okay, I actually have the news on it. So it was priced on at 450 a share. Okay, 1.5 million shares. So it is still below the IPO price. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick an alert around the IPO price and see if it gets there. And this, who knows? This could have this. This could be the crazy one today, guys. Remember, it only has 1.5 million in the float. Okay, wow, I've got to hurry, guys. I've got to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Got to hurry. Give me a moment. Just have to get rid of some charts on my other monitor. And that will turn green again, my status. All right, guys. So I'm set now for this open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And again, if you have our AI, this is what I would do. Click on new from the toolbar and then click on click on the middle one here. We have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. The other thing I would do is in that filter box, I would make sure it says none. It's possible that profitable trades is checked. Okay. I would uncheck it. I would want to see the alerts all day long. They can set up different areas. And as you notice, this is blank. There will be no alerts until at least 9:40. That is by design, okay? 10 minutes into the market. Doesn't mean we'll get an alert at 9:40, but that's the way it's designed. We had a lot of alerts yesterday in our AI. Don't know how many we're going to get today. Let's take a look at LSH on the go no go chart. So yeah, totally green right now, or sorry, not blue. I'm sorry. So we did have a big, yeah. I'm just looking now. I didn't realize it was this much of a difference. So we did have that disconnect yesterday in the market. The Dow was up, pretty good. Nas was down, pretty good. And so we have this disconnect between the value and the growth stocks. So the LSH guys, big level for it to take out will be, of course, that 450. That was the IPO. That was the IPO price. All right, guys, we got about 10 seconds before the market opens. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Maybe keep an eye on this QXO also. This is the one that got absolutely hammered down yesterday. Had a bit of a bounce a couple of times. All right, Lending Club probably is an earnings play. LC, yeah, this is an earnings play. LC, a lot of earnings plays today, guys. All right, ISPO, guys. ISPO, yesterday's high takes that out. I mean, this could do anything. The float is only 2 million. There's PITA, PITI. Yeah, excuse me, PITA. Started trading as PITA yesterday. Zebra, ZVRA. Didn't see this in the pre-market really. ZVRA, what's the volume like? Pretty good volume. And big pop now for ZVRA. 41 million in the float, so it's not low float. I don't see any news on it. They don't release earnings until August, middle of August. So I don't know what the deal is. Now, MUHA guys, maybe now this was way down, way below the VWAP, way below the VWAP. VWAP is 161. So that did not even attempt to hold it. I take a look at the market opening, little red bar forming. Teva guys, TEVA. Now, this is an earnings play. Teva is an earnings play. A lot of congestion in the weekly chart, trying to get out of this congestion. And we have our first halt of the day. And this is an earnings play, guys. Wow, this is halted on the way down. Look at this one. This is an earnings play. WGS. WGS is an earnings play, and it just got halted on the way down. Wow. I mean, this was actually up. This was up, guys. I mean, this was up for the day. They released earnings. It looks like they released earnings, yeah, after hours yesterday. So you can see the reaction after hours is pretty good. And then I mean, it's only down 2%. It looks like it's a lot more, but this is a big gap down now. And it's, now the other one, let's see, AIU. So it's doing this thing again, guys. So this is the one that had a reverse split a couple of days, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 for 5 reverse split 2 days ago. One moment, please. Okay, guys. So there's AIU, and first look at the pulse resumes. So this is a New York stock again. Okay. Well, actually, interesting. I doubt if this is their true spread, but so there's the halt for AIU at 556. This column is supposed to show the potential open, but hard to know really with that spread. And again, this what you're seeing here, this blue screen you're seeing here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Pep G, guys. I mean, this Pep G. Yeah, I don't know what else they do. I don't know if that's the only drug they've got in their pipeline. The next low looking left is around 655. I mean, there's still room for this one to. Whoa, this one got halted on the way up. DALN. I don't think I've ever really seen this one before. Dallas News Corp. DALN halted on the way up. It's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. No, is this an earnings? This is an earnings play. No real big action in the pre-market for this one that I could see, but this is an earnings play. GEHC is an earnings play. Look at this move now for it. I mean, there's no clue this was going to happen. This is the earnings. In fact, it had a drop, but look what happened once the market opened. GEHC. Okay, now this was a big one from the last few days. LUMN, not an earnings play. High yesterday was 344. Wow, here's the Pep G now, halted on the way down, guys. I almost took this short, but almost doesn't count. A lot of shorts available, 290,000 at Interactive Brokers. So I think Lemonade is an earnings play. LMND is an earnings play. Yeah, this is another earnings play. Again, a lot of action, of course, in the first 15 minutes. Things moving up, down. Look at the LSH. LSH, I have hopes for this one later on if it can take out that 450 level. So there's NUZ. Well, good for you, Dak. This is halted on the way up. Oh, didn't go. Okay. Well, it might be a good thing. It might be a good thing. Okay. Let's take a look. We'll see what happens. There's the halt, 677. This is telling us where it could open. So it might be a good thing. We'll have to see what happens, of course, when it does open. But right now, the indication is a lower open, but of course that can change. Yeah, now we go getting back into the 670s. So all right, guys. PITA is having a bounce. Yeah, NUZD was halted on the way up. Yes. So looking a little bit better, 677. Okay, guys, opening 15-minute candle for the SPY is mildly negative. Nothing dramatic yet. It's going to be an interesting day for sure. We have some numbers coming out. 9:45. Got I think the Chicago PMI. 10 o'clock. We've got some economic numbers also. But of course, the big one is at 2 o'clock and at 2:30. FOMC at 2 o'clock. And then the presser at 2:30. So lots happening. So DALN resumed, guys. DALN resumed. Okay, silver. I don't know if silver in general is on the move or just PAAS. This is not an earnings play. Let's take a look at SLV. SLV, yeah, I mean, it's up. SLV is certainly up. So that is helping PAAS. Interested in this. Well, let's see now. The next high looking left is that, yeah, it's got some room, guys. PAAS has some room. 2352 was tied into the sector, of course. PEPG just resumed. So it had a bounce. Actually, it bounced. It was halted at, what was the price? It was halted at 805. So it actually bounced quite a bit. Wouldn't surprise me if this is going to get halted again. No, not yet. So that's an interesting play because this got halted on the way down, but when it opened, it bounced. PAAS, guys. PAAS, a quick scalp, perhaps. Let's take a look at the NUZE. NUZE. Yeah, they might be hard to know where it's going to open. NASDAQ stock. So this is 938.09. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this is going to be right now. It's going to open right now. Okay, well, it opened up a little bit above, but pretty whippy. Yeah, I mean, look how the spread. So while DAC, you still have an opportunity because it's basically right where you wanted to get it, but it might pop through 7. There it goes through 7, guys, through 7. Looking at the go no go chart, the potential entry, but this is going to be a quick trade. Would have been around 678, 680. If you could have got it there, it popped up to 720. I would have been taking some off. Something that moves that quickly. Or that HUA just completely and utterly gave it up. Looks like it's actually going to go negative. Okay, now we're starting to get some of the gap up and reverses. Now I delay this scan for the first 15 minutes in the market. That's why you'll get anything until at least 9:45. Boy, this has got room. This has room. LMND. The next low looking left is 1657. Okay, ZVRA still really looking strong, guys. Now the next high looking left, does it have some room? A little bit of room. I mean, $7 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, so it's got a little bit of room. It's not a low float. Okay, gap up and go for day. Well, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, $1.50 or so. That looks like the next high on the daily chart is 60.68. So that good or bad, JK? So here's the PMI number came out at 9:45. So here's the 9:45 candle. So all right, guys, pins is interesting to me now as a short. What sort of room does it have? Looking left on the weekly chart, 33.37. So it's got a little bit of room. Okay, a little bit of room down to that low. That low could act as support. Wow, this would have been a nice one. I didn't take it. Look at this gap up and go for day. All right, Dak. Well, you got over 7 again, and there it goes. There it goes. I'd be really looking to take some profits at some point, but it's still pretty whippy. All right, there it goes for you, Dak. Yes. All right, guys. So the NUZE now, just looking at the go no go chart, this is what I was seeing. Right there, there was a transition at 679 right there. Okay. All right, WDC now. This is a gap up and reverse. WDC, this is an earnings play. WDC is an earnings play. Still up for the day, but it is reversing. So BYON, guys, this was a very interesting one yesterday. BYON had earnings yesterday, big gap up on earnings, and then it dropped all day long. And now this is sort of a continuation down for BYON. So we have we've had a minor disconnect again in the market today. Look at the Dow. Dow is down just a little bit. NASA's up big. SPY's up big, of course. A lot of NASDAQs in the SPY. So, but the Dow is basically flat. So again, the difference between the value and the growth stocks. All right, guys, getting close to that little target area. Okay, not I don't want to call it a target. 33.37 is the next low looking left on PINS. I said I was really interested in this one on the short. Those of you with the AI, you know it's an AI alert also. But, you know, right there, 33.37, and it got down to 33.36. Okay, so, I mean, that is, that so far, you know, is acting as support. Which one are you talking about, Penny? Are you talking in general? The question in our YouTube room: how do you manage a short trade with that uptick rule being in effect? Well, it only affects on a short, of course. Well, pins is now down 10%. Okay, now it's down 10%. Now it might have been down, but I had no problem getting a fill. I mean, you know, it trades so much that the uptick rule, yes, it's in effect, but something that trades this much, you know, usually isn't that affected by it. But I guess it probably was down 10% yesterday. Yeah, so that's why. So I guess the uptick rule was in effect, even though it's down 10% today, but I guess it was down 10% yesterday too. But no, but you know, stocks that have, you know, and you when you look at the spread was fine. It's only a penny. Well, if it remains 10%, yeah, it could be to again. I don't know what it was down yesterday. I mean, eyeballing it is probably down 10% yesterday, so it would be in effect today unless it goes positive, and then tomorrow it will not be in effect. But doesn't doesn't look good. But anyway, sometimes it doesn't matter. The uptick rule is if it's very liquid. All right, guys, PITA, 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 PITA. I think DH is an earnings play. I think it is. Yeah, DH is an earnings play. And this is a lifetime low now. DH is a lifetime low. Definitive Healthcare. Boy, this is I did see this one earlier, but I didn't realize there was a lifetime low. DH. Now, Dak, I know you're out of this, right? You're not still in DUZE. You cannot still be in it. Okay, interesting. This is not an earnings play, guys, but this is Go is getting hit here. 1861. There is room. There is some room for Go on the way down. Well, this CLS is too bad because the next high looking left is not that far away. Yeah, it's about 20 cents away on that red line on my daily chart. That is telling you where the next high on the daily chart is, where you can see it. So it's not that far away. I would, so I won't take a trade like this unless I saw a lot more room where it could go until it hit that next high. Ah, interesting. There were a ton of shorts available yesterday, Interactive Brokers for this one. The last time I looked, there was 400,000 shares. No shares available now. They've all been snapped up. This was yesterday when I looked, NIPG. This is the fourth day it's been trading as NIPG. But they have all been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Okay, now this is a gap up in reverse for Marvel, MRVL. Yeah, and unless this turn red, I'm sorry, deep purple, I'm not going to do anything on it. Okay, this has got some room. AMKR has got some room. Okay, guys, AMKR has got some room. This was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, gap down on earnings. Well, of course, the room it's got is the high of yesterday, 35, 30, almost $36. So it does have some room to run. So this is turning. There's the Pinterest again, guys. Not in it anymore. It was, but that was the. It held so far, the 33.37, but it's now it's right at that low in the weekly chart, right at it. Again, will that keep acting as a bit of a resistance to going down or support? Now, if it breaks down through that, I mean, that's huge. I mean, if it breaks down through that, the next low is 30.44, and that is for Pinterest, PINS. FAAS, I don't know. From our YouTube room, question: is there any news on FAAS? Let's see. Interesting. I don't think I saw this. Singapore, right? Um, I think the only news, I mean, this was from yesterday. Okay, this was from yesterday. Not that it had a big reaction, but AI focused forms AI focused strategic advisory board. Okay, that was from yesterday. So kind of a very muted reaction. Hmm. No, I'm not counting the pre-market, but boy, yeah, look at it now. There's the Pinterest. So that looks like about the same, doesn't it? Pre-market low to me looks like it was around the same right there. About 33, 33, 35. Oh, wait a minute. No, I mean, that's the opening candle. So I don't see that Pinterest was, I didn't see that Pinterest was down much in the pre-market, to be honest. But anyway, the next low looking left is down here, 30.56 on the weekly chart anyway. Ah, shoot. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to give up on the AMKR. I thought maybe it would hold this area, but it doesn't look like it. So, yeah, this is one of those. I mean, for all the reasons it was down yesterday because of earnings, I mean, they're still in place. So it's trying to have a little bit of a balance, but and the market did not help. I thought maybe the market would help a bit, but not yet. Boy, this has been a bit of a monster, guys. This ZVRA didn't really see it in the pre-market that much, but boy, the market opened. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any news on it. I mean, they're just, the only news is saying they're going to report second quarter financial results on August 13th. Yeah, we know that. I don't see any news on it today. Now, to me, it looks like it could be coming into some resistance. A lot of shares available for me to short. All right, guys, take a look at. So this MGNX is just getting again hammered. A lot of shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, it's already down 30%. Then it's not a lifetime low. I think I looked at a monthly chart. It's not that far from a lifetime low. Looks like it's right around here. Wow, this has been all over the place. Is VCNX has been halted up, halted down, just halted now on the way up. That's the VCNX. Man, look at that day. What was the alert we had for day early on? 5905. Okay, it's moved $1 from that alert. Yeah, man. Here's PETA. Probably no shares available. No, not for me anyway. To short PETA, PITA. What is it flashing? Let's take a look for pins. So the theory would be this. Well, again, I'm testing a 3 minute chart right now on a 5 minute. Oh, that's a 15. Sorry, let me get to a 5 minute chart. Yeah, about the same. So right now it's saying, you can stay in the trade until it turns another color. Now, I wouldn't want to be in this trade down here on a short if I were up here, but this is telling me, perhaps you can stay in the trade unless it turns pink. Boy, look at this, guys. Look at all these halt resumes. So CCM just got halted on the way up, I guess. Yeah. So here is your projected open. Another New York stock. Is it an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. This is out of China. Okay. CCM halted out of China. Not a low float, 42 million in the float. Not that I know of, Grumpy. You're the only one mentioning something like that. So Groupon, guys, Groupon I know is an earnings play. Groupon is an earnings play, JRPN. 1314. Man, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Well, if it takes out 14 somehow, okay, because there's a low on the daily chart around 1390, then the next low underneath is 1314. So I will stick an alert just underneath 14 and see if it takes it out. Well, guys, look at the market. So shaking off any one of those economic indicators. So at 10 o'clock. So look at the market, still strong. It's not giving it up. So now we've got to wait till 2. Well, okay. So good question, Troy. So the question is, when I say it is or is not an earnings play, do I mean The stock movement is going up or down based on previous earnings reports. So for we're always looking at the earnings plays, okay? Earnings plays for me or any stock. So let's take a look at today. Any stock that released earnings after hours yesterday or in the pre-market today, that's an earnings play for me, okay? Because typically when a company releases earnings, they can be very volatile that day, either up or down. So when I click on something and I see there's a move, the first thing I do, especially when we're now in earnings season, I check to see whether or not, well, is the move because it's an earnings play? Okay, so that's when I say, oh, it is not an earnings play, so it's moving for some other reason. Let's have some other type of news. Okay. So for instance, MTLS is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. That's why it's moving. As an example. Because when a company releases earnings, a lot of these, especially some of these ones that you don't really hear too much about, every 3 months companies release earnings. So a lot of these companies are just kind of dormant for 3 months. Then the day they release earnings, they can have like these big moves either up or down, and maybe for a couple of days after. And then after that, they kind of go dormant again, unless they have some specific news. Boy, I feel like I've missed the boat on this Zevra, ZVRA. To me, it looks like it's coming into resistance. So again, this is not an earnings play. So that's the first thing I would do. I'm not too familiar with this company. Typically, so a company I'm not too familiar with, when I see a move like this and we're in the earnings season, first thing I'll do is check to see, is it an earnings play today? It is not, and I don't see any real news on it. Doesn't mean it's not worth trading. We see a lot of stocks that move and we can't find any news. Somewhere, maybe some group is, pumping it. Not us, but some group is pumping it somewhere. Okay, now there's Groupon underneath now. Yeah, I mean, that's not normal. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be taking the CCM. You're right. It is very low volume. Okay. It is very low volume. But the thing is, it got halted. That's the only reason I brought it up back here. Okay. It got halted. I don't know. Sometimes these stocks, they get halted and they're low volume, but then when they start trading, the volume explodes. We just don't know. So that's the CCM. The VCNX, I don't see that's low volume. That's 628,000 shares. The ZVRA, I mean, that's 813,000 shares. So I don't think that's low volume. And the DALN, I don't think is probably low volume either. The only one that was low volume was the CC. I'm talking to Big here in our YouTube room. The only one that's low volume on anything that I've shown was the CCM, and that came in the Halls resumes. My minimum volume here is 20,000 shares, just because I don't want to see. But we've seen stocks very low volume on the halt, and then when they start trading again, the volume just explodes. And the last one to look at would be the DALN. Yeah, I mean another 800,000 shares. So I don't consider that low volume. But everybody's different. I mean, some won't trade anything less than 1 million shares. I mean, that's completely up to you, of course. Ah, shoot! Tried to get the Groupon. I couldn't get it. It's not because of the uptick rule. I just it just moved on me. I was trying to get it at 1385. It kept moving down. I kept moving my order down penny by penny, but I just didn't get a. Well, maybe the uptick rule came into effect a bit, but it kept moving down. So I did not get the Groupon, which is too bad. It looks like it's it has the room. 1314 is the next low looking left. It's an AI. It's from our AI also. You can see right there, 1452 was the AI alert as a short for Groupon JRPN. Yeah, I don't consider. I see. Yeah, Rusky. I mean, in terms of the ZVRA, I mean that's not really news. I mean, we all know when they're going to release earnings. That it's hard to believe that that is what was moving it, but market is still has not pulled back at all. That first 15-minute candle looked, reasonably ominous. It looked like, okay, are we going to, do the big fade all day? But right now, we are still in very positive territory. Man, okay. Well, on the monthly chart for Zevra, 710 is the next high. 710 is the next. Yes, I'm sorry. 710 is the next high. Then 728. I mean, you would think there's going to be some resistance here, but this has just been this has just been quite the mover. 28%. It's not a crazy low float. 41 million. It's not a China company that I can see anyway. Headquartered in Florida, so I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The fact that they come out and say we're going to release earnings on the 13th, it's no big deal. But for some reason, it is moving. All right, guys, it is now 10:20. So I think what I'll do. All right, so this is a reversal play, this CCCS. CCCS Okay, it's gap down and trying to reverse another earnings play, release earnings after hours. One moment, please. All right, guys, just going to go over my homepage in a bit here. Here are the two of them, guys, the NUZE and the NUWE. They've almost been trading in 10, not price wise, but been very active. Please check NCNC. Sounds to me like this is going to be something that is under $1. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have a feel for any of these, Saeed. Okay, I don't trade stocks under $1. I know it's had a tremendous move, up 114%. Probably insane volume. It's a it's a huge float for a stock under $1. But it's traded the float. It's doubled. It's traded the float double, 80 almost. Well, more than double. But I don't have a feel for them. I mean, if you just analyze it just from if I were looking at it, I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 37 something. The high right there is around 40 cents. That's kind of where it stalled. Okay. That's today. Yeah. It's kind of where it stalled. Oh, man. Okay. Now, here is the RenB. Now, we haven't seen RenB for a while. Saw this one got up to about $5 a few months ago. Now, big pop here, and it's halted and 112. So, no big clue as to where it's going to open. I'm just not comfortable taking out a lot of shares, Troy, in these ones. I'm just not comfortable. Listen, I mean, they move. I mean, look, stock goes from 30 to 35 cents. That's a great percentage move. You got to take a lot of shares. I'm just not comfortable taking, a lot of shares like that. That's all. Others are perfectly comfortable doing it. I used to. I mean, in the old days, I used to trade anything. I didn't really care, but sort of a lot of the stocks were were OTC stocks, pink sheet stocks, which I refuse to trade anymore. Not that that one is, but listen, everybody, you have to have a trading plan, right? And if I call that part of my trading plan, I'm not going to trade stocks under $1. I wouldn't even say I've been bitten. I just find them a little more nerve wracking. How's that? Because you got to take a lot of shares. If I'm going to if you're going to try to make a nickel on something, you've got to take a lot of shares. And I just find it, a little. I just didn't like the feeling I had. Okay, so why, when there's so many stocks to trade, different, different types of stocks to trade, why am I going to put myself through that when I don't have to? But believe me, I mean, look, I'm in a lot of these low float ones. I mean, they're not easy to trade. Okay, either, but I guess I have more of a feel for them. All right, guys, let me go over my homepage right now. Okay. What time is it right now? 10:26. I'm a little bit late. Usually I do it around 10:15, but let me go over my homepage and you'll see the information I do have there, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find, and the promo code is still alive. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, Gary25, that'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use whatever promo code you find on my homepage. This will really help to keep the rooms free, okay? The rooms get credit for the subscription, and that helps to keep the rooms free. And as always, taking out a subscription, this is a software program. There is a learning curve. What we've tried to do in the Get Started, encapsulate all the major issue or the major aspects of trade ideas in 10 short videos, starting off the download and install, first startup and login, getting down to important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. So if you took at every single one of these, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, this is a free series of videos for you, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Big education section is here. Let's see what RENB opened up at. Now, to me, this could be coming into a lot of resistance around $1.30. That's one reason why I wasn't too wild about it. Even when if it had a lot of room to move before it hit this resistance area, I would have probably been paying a lot more attention to it when it opened. But I just didn't like the fact that it had a lot of, to me anyway, a lot of resistance not that far away. So we have a great user guide. If you click on the user guide, there's the getting started again. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. And I'm running one race here. This is how you can set up your own race, TI Stock Racing. I love to put price alerts on our charts right here for price alerts. And if you did want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Again, a lot of information in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. There's the getting started again. Now, daily support sessions. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders from Trade Ideas takes over for me. Today's should be Jamie. He's our Wednesday man in the room. So I will confirm that. Jamie listens to me sometimes on Wednesday. So he may be already hearing me and he might just tell me, yes, it'll be me. But before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, just have to scroll down, middle section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. So this race that you see here, this is this race at the top. I am sharing a couple of the races that I'm not displaying. Hopefully, yeah, that's why we do it this way, Troy. Try to, on my homepage, I try to put a lot of information I think, will help not just people who are new to trading, but also, especially on my scans. I mean, people, if a person is, has experience trading, they probably have their own scans. But for me, it's always interesting to take a look at other people's takes. And so that's why I've got these scans. And again, there's the biggest gainers from the open is this one you see here, Two other races that I am sharing that I'm not displaying. I'm not trying to hide them. Just that I don't want to overwhelm, the screen that I'm sharing with all sorts of information. And I'm going to go over these. I'm going to go over the race in a bit. This is the momentum scan, very active, as you can see. Very active is right here. Pulse resumes is right here. And then here is the continuation or reversal scan is right here. I am sharing other scans, so as you can see, I do not have them all open. Okay, and you shouldn't either. And when I say you, I'm talking to everybody. You should not have all. This is not intended to say, oh, I guess he wants me to load all these scans. No, no, no. You'd have way, way too many things to look at all day long. Okay. But I have these other ones here, even though I don't necessarily have them open. You might want to take a look at them. And at some point, I may resurrect them. For from my layout. I may get tired of the continuation or scan, especially when we get out of earnings season. So I may take a look at another one and say, yeah, maybe I should have that one open. Well, guys, I mean, this market is still this is pretty impressive. I think a lot of us, including myself, thought that after what's happened over the past few weeks, few days anyway, that with this big gap up in the SPY, especially when we saw that red bar to start, probably would I'm not saying it would just completely wipe out the gains, but start to filter its way down. Not yet. And we were an hour, not quite an hour. That's 45 minutes here. This candle's got another 12 minutes or so to close, but now we'll have some fireworks for sure at 2 o'clock. When the FOMC minutes are released, and then at 2:30 with the presser. So let me explain what Trade Ideas is all about for those of you who are new. And first of all, if you're new, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Now, I typically don't go to 3 anymore, anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3. But the main room does remain open. I'm just not moderating, and there's no screen sharing, but there are still traders in the room until 4. Usually, it's William, out of the goodness of his heart, keeps the room open till 4. Doesn't have to. That's why I check with him every day to see at what time he wants to keep the room open till. So let me explain what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. We're excellent at real-time alerting. A lot of screening programs that are out there. Nothing wrong with the screening program. But we are excellent at real-time alerting. So let me explain what I mean and the difference between a screener and a scanner. So this is the screening aspect. We can, of course, screen. In this alert window, what I'm looking for are stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume has to be at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's time of day sensitive. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all these values are met, again, this is the screening aspect. If all these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened right here for ACDC. ACDC at 10:33 plus 3 seconds made a new high for the day at 9:04. It met all these filter requirements. These are all real-time alerts. So that's the last time that happened. We're at what? We're at 9:35 or 10:35 now. So we're 2 minutes past that. Since then, no stock has made a new high for the day and met all these filter requirements. Okay? Just give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So if you like this scan the way it is, and here we go. Look, USAP just made new highs. Okay, met all these filter requirements, made new highs, make another new high. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my home page. But of course, if you want to make a change, you can. For instance, you may not like the price range. Maybe there's something else that you don't like, or maybe there's a filter you want to add. Go ahead. But if you like it the way it is, it's on my home page. Building your own scan from scratch, of course, you can do that too. I'm going to click on search this time. And right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. And as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. If I keep scrolling down to these icons, these are the screeners, the filters that we've got. Now, again, if you're new to all this, please don't be thinking to yourself, man, this is way too difficult to learn. How can I possibly learn all these real-time alerts and all those filters? The good news is you don't have to. Okay, you don't have to. The only reason there are so many, and this should make sense, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters, so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but so you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of those filters. Doesn't mean that the ones I don't use aren't any good. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. So here's another one that you don't see very often. Okay, this USAP, Universal Stainless and Alloy Products. I mean, it's an earnings play today, and you just don't see this stock very often. But a stock when it has earnings, that's why it can be up 19%. That's a very low float, also 8.6 million in the float. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, so if you have questions, don't be shy. Okay, don't feel you're interrupting me. That's why we're here. If I can't answer a question, if it's an accounting question, I won't be able to, but I can certainly direct you to the right people. If it's a scan question, I may be able to help if you're looking for a type of scan. If not, I'll direct you to. We have, as I said before, we have 12 between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. You don't have to wait till then, though. We have 5 different traders, 5 days of the week. They all have different scans, so it's possible maybe one of them would have a scan that you're interested in. So Upstart's got a little bit of room, guys. Now, this is not an earnings play. UPST is not an earnings play. Probably trading, with the market, more or less with the market. Lumen, I know I saw it earlier, but take a look at it now. LUMN. I'm going to go over the race. Lumen win a race. Did not win any races. So right now, the go no go chart is telling me not to do anything. That's what that orange means. Okay, that's what the orange means. I'll go over the go no go chart that you're seeing here in a bit. First, let me go over the races. Okay, so again, if you go to my homepage and then scroll down to you see the education section, and then you click on the guide, you will see there's a section on TI stock racing. You can create your own race with your own parameters. Okay, so what I'm running 4-minute races. Okay, again, you can create your own race with your own time period. I'm running a 4-minute race. What does that mean? And what does this mean up here? The IVP up 1.5%. Since the race started almost 3 minutes ago, IVP has moved the most. Not a big deal, 1.5%. You in this race here, you can see some big percentage moves. Okay, but IVP has moved 1.5%. That's actually kind of interesting. The next high looking left is 984, so there is a ton of room for IVP to keep going if it wants to. Too extended for me right now, but and let's see if this race, when this race is over, will IVP win the race? 12 seconds. LC is in second place at 1.24%. And your question right now, if you're looking at this for the first time, you're saying, well, why are these stocks showing up? And I'll explain that. Okay, so IVP won the race. And you can see right at the top here. You also can see that a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Why that's important is, and now you can have a list of stocks just to focus on. You can click on something that won a race, check to see how it's trading. These are not necessarily stocks near the high of the day. They could, or at the low. Well, probably not the low of the day, though they could be. These could be stocks pulling back. A lot of you will want to play pullbacks, maybe through the VWAP, maybe to a moving average that you like. So even though I'm somebody who likes to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, this can give you an opportunity to check out stocks that are pulling back to certain levels. So again, the question really in your mind, if you're looking at this for the first time, is, well, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race and I open the top list, one of the options, open top list window. Showed up on my other monitor. Here is the top list window that this race is based on. If I reverse the procedure, you'll notice in this top list window, if I right click on it, now there's the option to launch the real-time stock race. Okay, so again, all races start from a top list window and you can create your own. So what I'm looking for in this particular top list window, I right click on it, configure, and summary. So this is going to tell me exactly what I'm looking for. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and at least 200,000 shares have traded and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it will be in this list of stocks. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, before we had races is still a relatively new concept for trade ideas, probably about a year now. The way a person would use a top list window is you might say, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, that's a classic filter, right? Or screener. So as long as you have it as a column header, and there that C% is the change from yesterday's close. So if I double left click on it, you can see that NUZE is up 71% from yesterday's close. USAP 19%, etc. Or if I wanted to see the stocks that are up the most from the opening trade, its opening trade for today, that's the change from the open. And UWE up 20%. USAP 12%. Okay, but you see how this changes. So that's fine. I mean, if that is interesting information to you, well, you can obviously do that. But what if a stock down here that, the CVM as an example, it's up 6.1% from the open. What if all of a sudden it just started to move for some reason? It's up 6% from the open, and it just starts moving up 10%, 15%. Well, how would you ever know that? Unless you're staring at the stock for some reason, you're not going to be able to see a stock that's moving up through this list. Well, that's where the race comes in. Because the race doesn't care whether a stock is near the high of the day or is up the most for the day or up, it doesn't care. All it cares about is that at the start of the race, this one is moved the most, NUWE. And you can see that's a pretty big move. It's a 5% move, NUWE. So you click on it, see what's happening. You can see what's happening. It's starting to move. And that's on a pullback. That's what I'm saying, guys. This is also, you can take a look at this, and if it meets your trading style, maybe it pulls the VWAP 337, It's at the VWAP right now. If it gets through the VWAP, maybe that becomes a trade for you. Or maybe there was a moving average that it pulled into. Now, this is for, people who have got some experience trading, of course. If you have no experience trading, you don't know what the heck I'm talking about, I'm sure. But that's why we also have a simulator where you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on it. If you see something moving up the leaderboard, click on it. But even if you don't see anything, if you see anything on this list right now, click on it, see what's happening. Ah, lost sight of it. Remember I was saying that I thought this would be look at that weekly chart for Zebra. That might be the resistance area. What did it get to? Got it to 720 and 728, 710, 720. And now look at it. This would have been an awesome short. And I had a lot of shorts available. I just lost sight of it. Now, the other two races that I'm sharing that are on my homepage, those are large cap movers, okay? Now, the big difference is I added a 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum of 50 million in the float. So consequently, those races, you will not typically see large percentage moves. Doesn't mean they're bad to trade, but they may be a little easier if you're just starting out trading. These are wonderful to trade when you get on the right side of them, but they're very volatile though. They can be very volatile. Whew. Okay, guys. So again, if you have questions, and I have a little one in my Slack, I bet you Jamie saying it's going to be him. Yep, it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room in about an hour and 10 minutes when he takes over for me. Now, the CNH, this is interesting. This is it is an earnings play, but it's starting to fade on earnings. That via Parry is really easy. So in our main room, the question is how to create an alert for today's range is more than the ATR. We have a filter designed just for that. Hopefully you don't mind it being a percentage. Okay. So for instance, if you wanted to see the ATR, today's ATR maybe double or 150 or 300% or whatever, it's very simple to do. So if I'm going to right click on this alert window. Okay. And click on configure. Then I'm going to click on the search. I'll click on the change. I'm not clicking on, I'm going to type in change. So this is the filter that you would use. Just scroll down a little bit. This is the filter that you would use, the change from the open percent of average to range. Okay. That is the filter that you would use. So if you put 150% in the mint, is a normal filter. If you say put 150% there, let's say a stock normally had an ATR of $1, you wouldn't see that stock today unless its ATR is $1.50, as an example. Okay. If you just want to make sure that it's above, then you could put 100 or 101. Okay. Does that make sense? So, for instance, if you look at CNH, not that it has an average true range of 31 cents. Today, it's 117, 100. Now it's 121% of that. Okay. You see, on my single stock window, that's what that today's range, that's what that means there. But that's what it is. I mean, you have to start from the open, right? But it looks at the whole range of the day. Don't get it looks at the whole range of the day. Okay. So for instance, if I look at CNH, it definitely works. I've gone. If I actually wanted to test it myself. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I forgot this is a 3 minute chart. Give me a moment. Yeah. So I just did some quick math on this one. Okay. So the CNH, the high was 1076. Okay. High of the day. The low at that point was 1037. And then that I think was 39 cents. If I divide 31 into 39, you get 124, 125%. Okay. So it definitely took the high and the low, which is the range, of course, of the day. It definitely works. Definitely works. I've gone through the exercise before. Well, look at TBIO guys. Big move here for TBIO. Excuse me. This has been an active one in the past. And you know why? Look at that float again, that float, the nano float, as you call it. The next high looking left. Boy, this has got some room, I think. No, 466 is the next high looking left on the weekly. If it somehow takes that out, then it's got a ton of room on the same on the daily, right up there, the daily 540. So I'm surprised it's not halted. I don't know, Iris. I'm testing it. I'm testing 3 minutes. I'm going to give it a, I it's very new for me. I've got a 5 minute and a 3 minute. Okay. You can see the difference here in the 5 and the 3. This in theory would be saying don't trade it quite yet until it turns blue. This, if I'd seen it down here at 388, that would have been an opportunity to take it on the three. I'm just testing the three. There's no, I don't, I, there's no such thing anyway as the best necessarily. It depends how quickly you can act or react. Obviously, the lower time frame, you're going to have to act pretty quickly. But I am testing this. I'm going to give it probably, well, certainly the balance of this week and next week. I want to give it a good test on my style of trading. All you can do is Iris, is test it yourself. I'm also finding that later in the afternoon, you get, for me anyway, after the froth in the morning has kind of died down a bit, you start to get some really interesting looks from the go no go in the afternoon. Oh yeah, there are a ton of shorts, Torty, for question in our YouTube room. Really, Thinkorswim didn't have any pin shorts. Interesting. I mean, right now they're 23 million Interactive Brokers. Hard to believe that Thinkorswim didn't have one. I wish I had kept it, but I didn't. I mean, this still has room. 3036 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. I mean, it still has some room to keep moving down if it wants to. All right, big level, guys. Again, that 466 level for TBIO, 466. That is the next high looking left on the weekly. If it can take that out, if it takes that out, then the next high on the weekly chart is 540. So there would be still room, even if you waited for that break. I'm not saying if it breaks it, it's going to go to 540, but this is where it could stall. So if you're in it now, great, but just be aware that it could stall around the 466 mark. I'm amazed that Thinkorswim did not have shorts. Okay, there we go. Pepe just saying he had shorts for pins at TOS. Are you sure, Torty? Maybe you looked in the wrong. Maybe you just read it wrong. Yeah, I just found that hard to believe that it wouldn't be shorts or something that is, such a known company. Talking to people in our YouTube room, Torty's was saying that he didn't have shorts available for pins, but he was incorrect. Okay, guys, this is interesting to me now. There's a little transition here. This little blue has some room up to four or so, or Atom, ATOM. It is an earnings play. All right, let's see if this can hold up here. I want to see. I'm going to give this a little. I want to see give this a chance to work. I mean, we had the transition from that little green to the blue, and that is in theory, a suggestion to go along. Now, interestingly, on the 5 minute, it is not. So this is what I'm saying. I'm experimenting with both time frames. This can get you in earlier. This can get you into earlier. If the trade works, it's great to be in earlier. But this, on the 5 minute, it hasn't given me the signal yet. So these can be a little more whippy. I mean, the lower the time frame, it'll be probably a little more whippy. This may give you a little more confidence in getting into a trade, but you'd be getting in a little bit later. So that's why I'm experimenting. And if you're interested in finding out a little bit more about Go No Go, just click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Go No Go charts. Now, if you're not a subscriber, I can give you the links for it, or the videos, because when you click on the Go No Go charts, you should see this pop up somewhere, and this explains it. This is the explanation text-wise. You can also go to their website. Okay, this is why we have to charge for it. It's not our product as such. We're licensing from them. And the difference is, yes, there are other programs that have Go No Go, but what Michael has done, Michael Noss has done, he's actually created scans for them. Okay, these are the daily scans, but there are also some intraday scans that you can use. I'm not using them yet. I'm using just my own scans to see the action, but these are the two videos. So the first thing you should do is at least look at this one, the explainers, what it's all about. And again, this is a $50 a month add-on. Let's take a look at on the daily here. Okay, I'm going to click on BAC. Yeah, so this is showing you the transition from one color to the next. This is an ETF, isn't it? Yeah, one color to the next. Counter trend. Let's take a look at this. You see, when Go No Go was created, it was not designed at all for intraday trading. Now we're trying to take it to another level and see how, can it be effective for intraday trading also? But it was not really designed. It was designed for swing trading. Okay, guys. Wow, 11:07 been a fast morning for me anyway. Now, again, like any other system, if you want to call it a system, this is a series of indicators, how it's been created. Don't ask me what the indicators are. I don't know the technology in terms of what, how they've actually developed this, but, nothing is foolproof. Okay, nothing is foolproof. What I do find, one of the added benefits I have found is that it keeps me out of trades that I may have taken before. Interactive Brokers makes it so simple. You guys, I see you guys talking about how to find shorts available. Boy, I just have this little box up on my other monitor. This is from Interactive Brokers. SLB is the, if you want to get this box up, SLB is what you would type into the search box. And then I just have, that's why I always know exactly how many shares are available and if there are shares available. It just makes it simple, doesn't it, Dak? I mean, now look at Sava, guys. Wow, Sava now. This is a really interesting look here. I mean, this is the one that, of course, has been under a lot of controversy about it, but regardless of the controversy, 2050 is the next high looking left. 2050 is the next high looking left. 2092. So we've got two weekly charts at 2050. So had I seen this here, this would have been an opportunity to take this trade at 1956. And here's the difference. Okay. So if I look at a 5 minute chart, the transition was at 1977. So, yes, you get the transition earlier on the 3 minute chart, but, with early becomes, become a little more risky in terms of the volatility. Again, work in progress. Definitely a work in progress. And the theory again behind this is that if you had taken this trade at 1957, you keep in the trade, you keep in the trade, I mean, if you want to take some profit, fine, but you don't really get out of the trade unless it turns back into this green, on the way down. You're welcome, Penny. I want to take a look at PayPal here because PayPal might be setting up as a short. So again, this is just the reverse, okay? If I get a light pink and then it turns into deep purple, that gives me an idea that I might want to short it. Okay. So that's just the reverse. Orange keeps me out of the trade entirely. What it's basically doing, it's saying, we don't see an advantage one way or the other. But again, please watch the video. You can even go to their website, the Go No Go website. Our AI's had a pretty good day, guys. And just take a look at some of the ones here. The pins still really good. That's a 5.5. That's a short. ANRO is a short, 3%, 3.7. This one, probably not a lot of people had shorts for this one. I don't, but you may have. Talking about the LSH, but you can see the percentage move so far. But by far, the pins was really good. I just I just didn't keep in the trade. And by all rights, I should have kept in the trade because I mean, this did not ever transition out of the deep purple. Okay, guys, so you can see how the T bio. What did it get up to? It got up to 458, and that high looking left is 466. So far, anyway, so far that is preventing it. You are right. You are right. Okay. Uh, oh man. Again, in 8 years, 9 years, I still haven't. I don't think I've sworn, but I wanted to. So it just got halted. Just got halted. I couldn't get it. TBIO just got halted. Oh well. Now let's see. I mean, on that daily chart, as I said, 541. But you can see what happened once it took out that 466. It just and on volume, guys. Always about the volume too. Oh well. There'll be another one. Now let's see where it could open. So no big clue. I mean, it's halted at 492. It's hanging in that. My guess is that it's going to open higher. Usually the first halt is pretty good. By pretty good meaning that, it usually, well, there we go, 516 now. Again, this doesn't have to hold, of course, but usually the first halt is pretty good in that it pops above the halt price. The second halt, if a stock is halted for the second time, can be okay. Usually, this is over about 3 years now of having this halt resume scanner. The third halt is usually where it gives it up, but the first halt is usually pretty good. Man. All right. Well, I'm going to have to keep an eye on it. The only way I'm going to trade this is if somehow maybe it pops a little bit above the 492, then it comes down below 492. And I don't mean like down to four, it's down to say 480 or something, and then it pops through 492 again. That is sometimes or I will take something that comes out of the halt. Is Wint moving? WINT, is that moving? Don't see it anywhere. That, of course, was a wild one. No, it's not showing up for most of my scans because the volume's only 106, but all right. Wow, this is another earnings play, guys. I used to see this one a lot more, but this is PSN. PSN. Another earnings play, PSN. All right, don't want to lose sight of this one, just in case it does, get down through that halt price and then pops through it again. Don't want to lose sight of it. So T-Bio, if it's a 5-minute halt, that'll open at 11:19 plus 41 seconds. So a little over a minute from now, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Shoot, this is such a nice looking one, but I just find it's maybe a little extended as a gap down, a gap up and reversal play. All right, T-Bio, you should be opening in about 5 seconds if you are going to be a 5-minute halt. This is going to explode. Look at that. Probably explode. And obviously anticlimactic now because it's going to be now more than a 5-minute halt. So I would say 90% of the time, maybe even 95% of the time, these volatility halts, they are 5 minutes. If it's not 5 minutes, it's usually a multiple of five. So that means this is going to be a 10-minute halt. Now, I don't like that. I mean, if I were in this one, because it gives it a chance to maybe drift back down to the halt price. So you got to hope that this holds. All right, guys. Disappointment has been the LSH. Now, you know what? I'm going to follow this one, though. Probably not today. I think it's probably given up too much, but stick that alert up in this area. The 450, that was the IPO price. You never know. Later on this week, next week, next month. Well, next month is tomorrow, isn't it? You never know. So the whole purpose of putting a price alert on the chart is to let you know it, obviously, when it hits the price. But it was an IPO at 450 and it's still below the IPO price. I don't have as many charts open as you do, Dak, in terms of time frames. But as usual, whatever works. Oh man, this could be a monster open now. You know what? If it opens in that 540 level, now we have to start looking further left because that is 540. That's the high right there at 540. If it takes that out, look out. 729 is the next high. Again, when I say these numbers, I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay. All I'm doing is looking left to see where a stock could stall. So I'm certainly not saying it's going to get there. But what I like to do, and I think most of us like to do, take chart resistance out of the equation as one of the reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher. That's all I'm doing, just taking that out of the equation. Many other reasons why it won't keep moving higher, but at least I like to take that out of the equation. Now it's interesting. Okay, there's a potential open right at that high here, 540, 540. You can see right here on the weekly chart, the high is 540. So the potential open is in this area. If it takes that out, mm-hmm. All right, guys. Well, if it is a 10-minute halt, this is going to open in a little over 20 seconds. I'm going to keep this up here. Now, there's no hope that I don't think anyway, that it's going to, open underneath 492. So, all right, we are now open. All right, guys. Wow. Is it going to get halted? Is it going to get halted again? No, not yet. So it's still hanging around that 540 mark. All right, let me put an alert at that 540 mark. I mean, if it takes it out, I might, sorry, yeah, 540. All right, guys. Well, one more. Okay. Okay, I've taken some off, guys. I mean, I just waited for that second break of the 540. I'm always worried it won't take out that whole number of 6. Whew, man, they're exciting. But remember, guys, if you're new to all this, you cannot wander away from your computer for a second. I mean, look what just happened. I mean, this is crazy. Okay, this is exactly what I mean. This is what can happen. You might even have a stop in place, and it just blows right through your stop. I haven't noticed that. I have it up. I haven't noticed that. The simulators. Oh, okay. Now there you go. Now it's halted on the way down. So that's why I'm saying, guys, you got to be awfully, awfully, awfully careful. I'll say it 1,000 times. Okay, you got to be awfully careful when you trade these because look now, it's halted at 503. Potential open is 520, 420. Make sure I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. I got to make sure I'm out of all the shares. Okay, now looking at something else. Boy, here's another excellent one from the AI. Macy, not Macy's, but MCY, Mercury. Again, another one. I don't know anything about this company. I mean, I can read about what they do. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, I sort of remember seeing this one in the past, but not for probably several years. But look at this. I mean, it's down. Look at the action on it. So the AI had a suggested entry of 60.16 on the short, and before it pulled up at all, it got down to $55. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to analyze this for a second here. $61. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just internal stuff happening. I'm just trying to figure something out. Yeah, so there are some option players in here, I think, Daniel. Maybe Daniel asked a question in the general market talk. So if you're an option trader, maybe you can go into the general market talk. Daniel has some questions. I don't trade options, so definitely nothing that I can help you with. Wow, what a move in the market. I mean, look at the Nas now. Now, granted, it was down a lot yesterday, but up 457. This has been a monster market today, guys. Monster, not because it's up. I mean, it's a monster because it's up. I find it a monster more because it hasn't given up anything yet. I mean, that opening 15-minute candle, we were talking about that earlier, thinking, well, maybe it'll start to, fade somewhat. Not even close. Not even close. My guess is Nvidia probably is just going crazy today. Yeah, 11%. I mean, that's a massive move with 23 billion in the float. Probably why the well, actually, that would have worked. Man, I was thinking about this one too. There's a short ASC 2171, 2144. Yeah, that was a gap down, a gap up on reverse. But you would think with the way the market is, like a lot of the ones that in theory should be working better are the gap down and reversals. Okay. Not so much the gap up and reversals, but the gap down and reversals. Let me explain this scan here. And again, it's available. So there are four scans in here. If I right click on it, now first of all, it's called a multi-strategy window. That's what the M stands for, upper left-hand corner. Typically, people use a multi-strategy window if you don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor, you've got several alert windows. You like to put them all in one window. You can do that. That's what a multi-strategy window is typically used for. I don't have a problem with space, but what I also like to do is perhaps group similar strategies or scans together in the same multi-strategy window. So that's what I've done here. If I right click and I hover over strategies, you notice I've got four here: the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go, all color coded. So the gap up and go, what that means is, and that's the one that's in green. When you get the alert, the stock is gapped up, and it made a new high. Now it doesn't mean that it's going to keep going. I wish it did, but it doesn't mean. But at the time of the alert, that's what happened. The gap down in reverse, stock gap down, and now it's reversing and making a high of the day, new high for the day. Again, doesn't mean it's going to continue. The gap up on reverse, that's just the reverse of the one previous. They gapped up and then reversed, and then the gap down and go. These are pretty beaten up stocks, gap down and kept going down. So you would think that the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse would be, the two good ones today. When you compare it to the other two, just based on what the market's doing. Wow. Yeah, Sava, that's a big level. I think that 2074. Yeah, looking left on the weekly chart, 2050, 2050, two highs at 2050. Next high, 2092. There are a handful of shares at Interactive Brokers, 23,000 available to short. Fidelity. Fidelity seems to be having more and more shares available. Or was it E? No, well, you've got E Trade and Fidelity, William. I'm always amazed when you have shorts available and IB doesn't. I haven't even looked at AMD. So AMD has been fading all day. Earnings play, I guess. Yeah, AMD. You're right. Still up for the day, but fading. Yeah. Well, certainly with. I mean, I'm not going to throw them out yet, Dak. But in terms of, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, Cobra and Center Points and Lightspeed, not Lightspeed, but Trade Zero. But those, I call them kind of specialty brokers that they have a lot of shorts available, but you pay. But you know what? I have found that a lot of times not having shorts available has kept me out of trouble. I mean, listen, having shorts available, especially for these little ones, yeah, if you time it right, yeah, it's awesome. But some of these ones you think they're going to stall, they get halted, then they get unhalt. They're going to stall. They're going to stall. They're going to stall. They keep moving higher and higher and higher. Sure, if you get it right, you can make a lot of money. But I guarantee that a lot of people probably look at some of these and say, "Well, it's got to stop now." Okay, it's got to stop now. It's got to stop now. And so a lot of times, not having shorts available has really helped me and saved me. Consequently, I don't get too upset about it. Now, Jamie is going to be taking over for me in about 20 minutes. Made an interesting call in our Slack thread yesterday. I'm going to ask him about it. He's saying that he feels that Bitcoin in this level, I mean, this is IBIT, of course, but Bitcoin in this level has potentially within I'm going to ask him when he says a few percent, in his estimation, is sort of bottomed out. Okay. And I told him, I'm going to grill you on that. Now, he might be listening to me and chuckling. I hope he's chuckling because Jamie has been, you should ask him about, he was a Bitcoin pioneer almost. I think he was doing this with, I think he was doing Bitcoin stuff back in 2012 and 13. So anyway, he knows way more about Bitcoin than I do. So he'll be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. When I look, well, it okay. If I don't see any, if I don't see anything on the daily chart, so let's take a look at the T bio. That was an example. Okay, so if I can't see anything on the daily chart when I look left, then I look at the weekly chart. And that's why I was saying that 560 level or 540 level was key. And then I look left, keep looking left, and there's the next level at 722. If I didn't see anything, if all of this I'm just using T bio as an example. If all of this was still underneath the current price, I will take a look at a monthly chart. Okay. But if I have to go back 3 years, I don't care. Okay. That's me personally. Most of the time, the things that I see, I can usually see the next high or low on the daily chart. If I can't, then I see it on the weekly chart. And this high right there, that is earlier this year, certainly. Okay, KV Ray. So that's what I do anyway. But if somebody told me, for instance, that well, you have to, like, the next high is 10 years ago, I don't care. Okay. 5 years ago, I probably don't care. 3 years ago, I probably don't care. I mean, so much, this the market changes so much. But again, that's just me. I know people will say, no, I got to go back, wherever that high is. I don't care if it's 100 years ago. That's what's going to stall it. Well, it's up to you, KV Ray. Okay. That's just my interpretation. Okay. Again, there will be people that say, oh, I go back 5 years. And whatever works, that's the whole thing. Whatever works. How's Microsoft doing? I know Microsoft had mixed. Yeah, it's still down a bit, 1.3%. All right, so this is an earnings play also. The FVRR is another earnings play. And, look left. Now, what do I see? I see where it could easily stop. 2582, 2557, 2582, 2627. But, we've got that high right there, that weekly high. That's in June. And then this is mid-June and this is early June. Okay, so to me, those are areas where this could easily stop and maybe turns into a short. All right, my company stock, my wife's company, still doing really, really well stock wise. Doesn't trade very much, guys. I'm just I just wanted to put this up. I'm still waiting to see if it ever get to $100 US. It is now 120 Canadian. Can I tell you guys a story? as I get set to leave. All right. Well, so here's Stantec. Okay. So let me go to a monthly chart. Again, this is my wife's company and involved in the stock employee purchase plan, et cetera. Okay. So this stock, now she's been with the company a long time. And, she's always taught, and this stock did nothing, 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 nothing for months and months and months. When I met her and married her and all that, didn't do anything. I said, man, what the most boring stock ever. This month right here, this is 2021. It finally broke over $30. You can see it right there. We have our with a mutual fund. Okay, so all the share purchases go through this. Well, it's Manulife in Canada. So when it did this, we said we're finally going to sell it because it just doesn't move. It'll probably never get over 30 again, and we were going to sell the entire position. And so when I phoned Manulife, they said, "Yeah, no problem. The trade will be executed a week from now." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, it'll be executed a week from now. You can't sell like we can put in your order, but whatever the price is a week from now is when it'll sell." And I couldn't believe it. So that when she said that, I said, "Wow, that's crazy." And then I wasn't dumping on her. She's just an employee of the company. I said, "How can that be in this day and age?" She said, "Well, I'm sorry, sir, but that's just the way it is." So that was towards the end of the day. The next day, the stock went up a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and so we kept holding off. Thank goodness we did. Had we been able to sell everything, we would have sold at about $32 and the stock is now 120. I know it's 3 years later, but still, what a wonderful investment it's been. Yeah, we could have gone to a broker, we could have transferred to a Royal Bank or something like that. But in that particular case, so thankful that was what they told us. Now maybe it's changed. It's 3 years ago, but I said some very choice words when I put down the phone. I said I could not believe it. But in all seriousness, this is a great company. I mean, they've just done so well. They don't trade very much on they trade on Canadian Exchange and US. You can see it just doesn't trade very much, but very well run company. I guess so. I guess so, Poe. Anyway, guys, that's enough of a little digression. Next on tap will be my worm farming career. And I kid you not, that is not good, Bob. Yeah, wow. All right, guys. So I'm getting set to take my break. Jamie's going to take over for me in about 9 minutes or so. Boy, look at this AUPH. What a move. All day long, straight up earnings play. You know, the move looks bigger than it is. I mean, this is like 580 to 6. I mean, it looks a lot bigger than it is, but it has been straight up. That is for the AUPH. So sum up for me, guys, all I've done today is the pins short, which I bailed way too early. And then I got, quite lucky on the T-bio. But I am I'm actually finding trading in the afternoon is, I won't say easier, but I find there's some great setups in the afternoon. Yeah, Paul. Well, I have a bit of a story like that also, and it worked. Yeah, it did not work out well for me. I didn't have the opportunity to trade it. That was the issue. Sitting on about 2 million Canadian and evaporated. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here that I'll be on my break. And of course, well, you know what? I have to temper my enthusiasm for this afternoon, depending on what I'm looking at, because yeah, we've got to deal with 2 o'clock FOMC, and then at 2:30 we got the presser. So it may not be a day to do really much in the afternoon. These small ones, they don't care so much, but I'm gonna have to be a little. Yeah, it's too bad, but it's only once a month. Okay, guys, let me put the YouTube link in. JB is not there yet, but he'll be there very soon. So let me put the YouTube link in. I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube when I take my break. 5 days of the week, 5 different traders from Trade Ideas take over for me. We all have different trading styles. So I think it's always a good idea to head over there, listen to somebody else's trading style. Okay. You know what? News is starting to maybe turn around a tad. NUZE. Man, how ugly did this get? Wow. TBIO. It's one reason why I don't say things like, okay, everybody should take this trade, when it breaks, just because I was looking at this level, thinking it was super important. So let me get to the weekly chart. That level right there, that 540 level. I'm not going to say, okay, everybody has to take this trade when it gets over 540. All I'm doing is pointing out what I think is an important level. If you think it is too, then you can do it, but it's very risky. Okay, I just heard a little pop. That means Jamie is in our YouTube room. So guys, I will see you. I'll put myself on mute in the main room, and I'll see you guys in about an hour. And now, James, I can welcome you into our YouTube room.
Hello, Barry.
Hello. Now, in all seriousness, I did read your post about Bitcoin yesterday.
Yeah.
and your thoughts on it. So maybe can you elaborate? Can you maybe tell the room, if you don't mind, what your thoughts about you're thinking that this, based on your past experience and the time period we're in right now, seasonal, I guess, your past experience with Bitcoin has been.
Well, it's anybody can do this. Just go back and look at the monthly candles, since
Hmm.
as far as whatever service shows them,
Right.
and you'll notice correlation between when the halving occurs and then what the thing does in the late fall and winter periods,
Okay.
right? And for
Are you
example,
showing that now? Are you showing that
no, no, no,
now?
no. I'm not going to mark up the chart right
Oh,
now.
okay. Okay. All right.
I'm just saying that
I'm not
anybody
trying to
can
put
go.
you on the spot, by the way. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just intrigued by what you said.
Yeah, yeah. It's a 4-year cycle, right?
Okay.
Now, of course, I could be wrong, but it would be the first time since Bitcoin came into existence that this cycle had not repeated, right?
Okay.
Because there's always a lot of hype around the halving. Oh, the halving came and went, and everybody's like, "Well, I thought that was supposed to be the big deal." It's not
Hmm.
an immediate reaction. It's just an
Right.
adjustment to the ecosystem, and it takes some time for that to catch up, right?
Okay.
So if you just pull up the monthly candles and go back and look at the halving, and then what coin did approximately 6 to 9 months later, right? And you'll
Hmm.
notice, like, for example, remember the first time it went on its big run to like 17,000, right?
Yes. Yes.
Then what did it do? In the correction cycle, it went all the way down to like 3,000 and change, right?
Right.
Now that was roughly if we were at 17 and we backed off 14,000 points, right? That's about a 80. I'm just kind of shooting from the hip here. An 80
Hmm.
something, 75% correction,
Hmm.
right? Then in the last run, we topped out at what, 69,000 in the
Right.
last cycle. And where did we pull back to? 15 and change. And I'm recalling this from memory. I'm not looking
Sure.
at the chart, right? And then now here we are again. So, from three-ish, well, from 17 down to three-ish, from three-ish up to 70, right? What multiple is that? You know,
Hmm.
10x, let's see. It's a big
3 to 70.
multiple. Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's like
Let's just go
25.
3,800 to
Yeah.
70,000,
Right.
right? What's that multiple?
Let's say about 16, 16 and a half, 17.
Okay, so if we applied the last low in the last cycle, which is approximately 15,000, and apply that multiple to it, where would
Oh,
we
I
be?
see. I see. Okay. Wow.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
Interesting.
So, like I said, I could be wrong, but it would be the
Hmm.
first time since Bitcoin came into existence that this cycle had not, we haven't seen the next parabolic run yet.
Right.
And of course, I'm not sitting here saying it's nothing's ever 100%,
Sure.
but the probability of the next bull run adhering to the metrics that it's adhered to in the past is quite high.
Hmm.
High
Okay.
probability, you know. And on all
And
all the pundits that I respect out there, they're saying, we could see highs north of 200K. That'd be nice. But
yeah.
so if we do hit that multiple and we take the 80% correction that it's done in the past, theoretically, we are at that level now. We're at the crash level after the next parabolic run presently. That's
Okay.
my theory. And keep in mind,
Okay.
that's just my theory. I'm not telling anybody to act on this
Right.
information.
Right.
It's just my theory, right? But it makes sense when you look at the
Hmm.
numbers, you know?
Yeah. So if I were going to do any of this, I'd be buying IBIT, and I'm assuming IBIT will move exactly the same percent as Bitcoin. It has to, right? Because it's
Yeah, they move pretty close. I hold IBIT right now in my
okay.
IRA. Hmm.
Yeah. Well, I may, I'd like to see it. I think if it could break out over 40 or, I'm just looking at the monthly chart of IBIT right now. But you also in the Slack thread, you mentioned like September, October-ish.
That's when it seems to start heating up. Like if you go back
Okay,
and look at the monthly candles, after
right.
the halving, which is only every 4 years,
Hmm.
then it seems to start getting legs in the fall. And then, if you look at the monthly candles, it's usually December where it goes a lot.
Hmm.
In the
Okay.
past, we're somewhere right about there.
All right.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see if the cycle repeats. You listen to Michael Saylor and all these guys, and they say Bitcoin is hard coded to go up infinity,
Hmm.
right? And then it's also divisible by 8 decimal places. So far, that model has proven to be accurate. Of
Right.
course,
Okay.
like I said, doesn't mean it's going to be accurate this time, but it's going to be very interesting. And of course, now that Wall Street has embraced Bitcoin, because you got to keep in
Yeah.
mind, back in the nerd days, 2010, 2011, it was just, it was a hobby, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody in their wildest dreams would have thought you would get full embracement and ETFs created from it. I mean,
Well, even a year ago,
that's
Jamie, I mean,
big,
they were still poo-pooing it, really. I mean, even a year ago, and it's only recently that they've you know put a modest embrace on it, I will call it. But you're right, with all the ETFs now out there.
And now all
Yeah.
now the politicians are campaigning on
Right.
it and going, oh, well, this is going to
Yeah.
be good. But the funny thing is, Bitcoin's going to do what it's going to do, regardless of what politicians,
Right.
uh, you know, uh,
That's the beauty of it, isn't it? For you,
champion it.
that's the
Yeah,
beauty of it,
yeah. So,
really. Okay. Well, listen. What
she's
I'm
all
going to
grown up,
do,
Barry. She's all grown up.
all
We'll have
grown
to
up.
see what
Well,
happens.
I'm going to put the phone down, get a hold of my banker, and let's get a second, third, fourth, and fifth mortgage on my home. Okay. And tell them. And when he asks me, what are you putting? Oh, that's Bitcoin. You know,
Yeah, Jamie told me to
what are
do
you
it.
using it for? You know. Bitcoin, and see what he says. Okay, no, in all seriousness, thanks for that. It's totally out of my sphere of understanding, but thank you for that. I'll certainly keep an
Sure.
eye on it and wait to see, in the fall, if Bitcoin IBIT gets over 40, I'll have to take a look. So, okay, thank you, Jamie, and
You're
I'll see you in
welcome,
about an
Barry,
hour.
and we'll see you when you get back.
Okay, bye
All
bye.
righty, bye-bye. Okay, hi everybody. Yeah, right, 7-7. Never sell your Bitcoin. Um, it's good to see the mainstream, adopting it. I mean, it's still not what they term hyper Bitcoinization, right? We're still early in the game, considering it's only been around since 2009. Wow, 15 years ago. Crazy. Okay, and yes, DJ Mix, we do have the Fed boys giving a pep rally today at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 o'clock Central. So we'll see what the pep rally boys have to say. And on that note, there's been some pretty decent action out there today, but it just feels weird out there in the market right now. You can kind of get the vibe that things aren't really doing what they normally do. Everybody's just kind of waiting to see what the Fed boys say. Now, if I had to speculate, is there going to be an interest rate adjustment anytime soon? I don't think so. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Of course, I'm no economist, thank goodness. Okay, back to business here. If you're new to Trade Ideas, welcome. To all you regulars, hello. Just a little bit in case there are some new people out there. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session while Barry takes his well-deserved break. So no pre-planned script here, just talking shop, trading, trade ideas in general. If you have any questions, please let me know and I'll do my best to answer them. And also, if you'd like me to take a look at any specific symbols on the old chart skis, let me know as well. Tips, tips, Tisco. I recognize that name. Can we review the Holly plays for today? Well, sure. In order for easy viewing, let me just duplicate this into this guy here. And we'll just take a gander. And might as well sort by earliest time. So quite a bit of trades today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm counting 11 trades. Interestingly enough, the majority of them were short. So I tell you what, let's just go back to the earliest one. Pins. Nice little short that seems to be working out. And we can see right here when the AI called the shot here. And of course, this is I think I have there we go. That's the problem. Okay, there we have it. Not a bad short in the pins today. Right up here at 33.98. This little guy bottoming out down here. Not a bad move for pins. Bottoming out down here right about 32. Let's get almost about a 2-point move in pins right there with not a lot of pain after that entry signal there. So that one's working nicely. Just happened to also be the first one out of the chute today. Groupon, another short. Initially, a short up here, and then a nasty little wiggle because the short was way down here, 1452. Nasty little wiggle on that one. But I don't see an exit reason here for conservative mode. OI, long OI, up here at 1226. And, notice on the strong stocks, I've got my go no go chart up here, 5-minute bars. Notice the blue color, right? Blue, blue, blue typically means up, up, and away. I think OI was a short a few days ago, if my memory serves me correctly. Another short in LC, in the money for a brief period of time, but if he didn't take the cookies, eventually this thing just ground higher. So, there's been a lot of talk here lately. Barry has, been talking about this at length about using the go no go charts as an assistant to the AI trades, because we all know that the AI has statistical viability on its side, but by no means does that guarantee success. So, if we get a short from the AI and it's just hovering around that entry point and all the bars are blue, well, this is all in the very beginning phases, as Barry talks about all the time. Go no go was designed for daily candles and longer time frames, but it seems to be having a lot of merit in the shorter time frames as well. So short that eventually, or excuse me, yeah, a short on LC. If we wait and wait and wait, and it's just hovering around that entry line, we can use these blue bars to go, well, statistical viability is on our side, but go no go's telling me something else. Now moving right along, ESI, same thing here. We can see the short, but the blue bars are remaining constant, in quite opposition to what we saw happen after the pins trade was put on. Cocoa, this used to be Corinthian College back in the olden times, but we seem to have a common theme here. A lot of these shorts, are just showing us otherwise on go no go. Macy. Yeah, I heard Barry talking about this one earlier. So once again, not blue, but not purple either. grind all the way up, just tickle the stop level, and then boom, got the release, right? Hey, happens from time to time, which is why it's always a good idea if you're not certain and the pattern doesn't look, extremely pristine, and certainly Macy, or excuse me, MCY, Mercury General, did not look so pristine when the short was put on. A lot of the times these stop levels are key. So actually paying attention to that one and maybe going, after that candle closed right there and we get below, could have made a really low risk entry from that stop level. What's that, about 60? We'll just call that 61. But that takes a lot of timing and a lot of attention to find those things. FVR. So it looks like the two bigger winners today were the pins and the FVR long. Now, interesting here, FVR long here, blue, 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 get a nice little lift, and then quite the violent pullback here, taking it through the VWAP level, through the entry level, and through the VWAP level. So this one would have been a hard one to hold, you know. When we get a lift from 2474, up over half a point there. So you either took your cash there or had to sit a pretty violent pullback back to below the entry level there, only to have it gain some momentum and go set higher highs. But you know, hindsight's always 2020. I know that if it were me and I was in this stock and I saw it put on the brakes here and saw this next candle open, I'd be hard pressed to not take profits on that one. Everything else is just kind of a small loser, small winner that we have here. Once again, LSH, blue, 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 transition to green, small loser, AVDX. Now, this is what I like to see. Short, looks like a range is impending to be broken. Purple, 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 gives us confidence to stay in that one. And the ANRO looking very similar to the AVDX. So a lot of signals today, and really two trades carrying the show here for the AI. One is the FVRR long, and one is the pins short. OI putting in a decent show of force and coinciding with the blue candles. So really digging the go no go. If you guys don't have it yet, you might want to check it out. So Iris, yeah, there you go. That is my experience. Basically, reiterating what Barry's already told people, but the beauty of go no go is in the simplicity of it. Yeah, Peter, I'll take a look at news here in just a minute. To your point, 7-7, shorter time frames. Yeah, the 2 and 3 minutes. I like the 5 minutes. That's my favorite because sometimes when I look at the 1 minute, it's a little noisy. 2 minutes noisy. Of course, I'm looking at 1 minute candles for the first 20 minutes anyway, and there's a lot of noise. I prefer to let things set up in the terms of go no go in 5 minute candles. Of course, that's not to say you just have to go back and look. Here's the OI. If we switched to 3 minute candles, are we going to see that big of a difference? You might see some vacillations in there, right? Whereas on the 5 minute, we're all blue. 3 minute, we saw a little bit of changeling in there. 2 minutes, you're going to have your little periods where you're like, oh, it is ending, but no purple ever comes. And then we should just see more, more noise in the 1 minute, right? And as Barry says, when he sees the orange, he typically stays out. So for me, the continuity of the 5 minute candles, I prefer because to me, this is noise, right? And it seems to be kind of the magic threshold, right? Where when things are trending, you might get a little bit in there. But yeah, I prefer the 5 minute, but to each his own. Okay, Peter, let's take a look at the news. Not the news, but the news. Okay. Interesting action. This thing's certainly been volatile today. Got a range from 8 down to 5.5. So just a meager 2.5 point range in this little guy today. I'm betting that the float is small, and sure enough, you can see right here, almost 4 million shares in the float, 3.8 to be exact. This thing's doing monster volume, 158, almost 159 on the relative scale. It's 3.8 million in the float, and it's already kicked out 32 million. So that float has flipped numerous times today. Let's see, 4 times 9 would be 36, 32. So that float has flipped about 4 times today. That's pretty significant. Pretty significant. Now, as far as what I think it might do, Peter, I mean, this is just kind of a nuts, you know, daily chart right here. Ever since the big gap up here, started wedging up a little bit right here, and then more gap up today. What did that thing open at? Yeah, it opened at 592 and then made the run. So we can see the open here and the big parabolic run, only to come all the way back down to earth. Let's consult the weekly. Yep. All right. Okay, this is starting to make a lot more sense now. Got to zoom out. So notice where we put the brakes on today, all right? Right at this previous shelf, okay? Perfectly putting on the brakes right here. And even more so, I bet it'd be interesting to drop an anchored VWAP right there. And notice we barely got the close last week above the anchored VWAP from that gap down, right? And that was the first little tester, but it barely got over it, pushed higher, and now it's pushing all the way up to these levels. So we would need a close on the weekly above, well, we'll just call it 8. I mean, that's pretty close to 8 bucks right there. So it made a run for it today, but it just could not maintain it. Sellers came back in, knocked it down. So, whether this anchored VWAP from the gap down ends up becoming a little level of support, we'll just have to wait and see. Looks like we might be range bound for a little bit on the weekly candles. And then if it can muster some strength, I mean, it'd take a lot of energy for this thing to get up here and close above. But look at the moves that it's made since it kind of came back to life. You know, not a feeble move. So sure, it could get back above that level. We'll just have to wait and see. But we would definitely need a close above this level here on the weekly in order to indicate that the stock might be strong enough to go up and attack, the top of this level here for future possible supply areas. You're welcome, Muriel. I think. Okay, so I don't think I've missed any questions. And of course, Iris, you heard my little diatribe earlier about go, no go. All right, what was the one that TBIO? Is that the one that Barry was talking about earlier? Yeah. Tibio looking very similar to the action of the NUZE from today. Kind of weird how that happens. But also, I heard somebody referring to it as a micro float, and that is an applicable term here. A float of only 650, not quite 657,000. But that's what happens when the volume comes into low floaters here. Man, a nice little crank up from that 3, we'll just call it the $4 level, all the way up past 6, and then all the way back down again. This looks very Dawn of the Dead-y. Matter of fact, let me see if it showed up on my Dawn of the Dead list. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll just pack you in here for now. There's the news, of course. I'm not seeing Tibio. Of course, it could have been on there earlier and I just missed it. But yeah, boy, these small caps and what's the IWM up 1% today, not leading the pack like it had been doing in the past. But not looking too bad here as we just kind of zoom out, take a peek at the monthly. I mean, how many points are we away? Up here, we're at 244. So only about 20 points away from the highs in the IWM. And we sure have had a lot of these low floaters taking big runs today, or taking big runs as of late. Beautiful action in APLT from that, man, that 530 level would have been really juicy. Getting all the way up past 6. Seems like the day was a day to be paying attention to the old Dawn of the Dead. Wouldn't have been interested in that one. Everything happened in the first 10 minutes, it appears. But still some really nice moves in these things. Little junky there. Riri. And Hertz. Not too bad after that break about a little over an hour into the market. $4 up to $4.20. Not near as dazzling as the other ones, but 20 cents on a $4 stock. I'll take that all day and twice on Sundays. Alrighty, ladies and gents, the questions panel is available. So if there's anybody else that has a chart you'd like me to take a peek at, just let me know. In the meantime, we'll just scroll some charts here and see what's been going on. I don't know if this was an IPO or a reverse split. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 candles. And I tell you what, while it's a little slow right now, let me, since I've got the time to do it, we will take a peek at the Bitcoin chart. Why not? Okay, so here we are looking at Bitcoin, and each one of these candles is 1 month. So here we are way back in December 13, right? This is November, and this is December of 2017, right? So we were basing around down there at $360-ish. The halving occurred, and then here we are in December, up there at 19 and change. And actually, my memory served me correctly. I thought it was 17, 18, but everybody's charts are a little bit different. But then we had the run all the way to almost, we'll call it almost 20K. Okay. Then the down cycle hits, and we go from 20K down to 3,000 and spend a whole lot of time, 1, 2, 3, 4 months, right around the $4,000 level. If my memory serves me correctly, 3,800, right? Then we have the halving cycle occur. I forget what point in time. And we come up here and we base around at 13, 14 and change. And then after being at a low of down here, we'll just call it 3. And on the next bull cycle, keep in mind, this is October, November, March, October, November. That's when we peaked out at the other high, approaching 70 grand, 69,000 and change. Then what do we do in the corrective cycle? Go all the way from 70 down to 15 and change, right? And then we've just had the most recent halving, and here we are just going sideways on the monthly. Gee, what do you think might happen? Because notice this pattern right here. Notice this pattern right here. It's the same thing happening right here, right? So, once again, no guarantees, but every time the halving occurs the following December, there seems to be some interesting action, and we're setting up for it once again. I jokingly call this the Loch Ness pattern, because it kind of looks like the Loch Ness monster here. Got the two humps, got the head up here, the big long neck. So that's what I'm seeing in Bitcoin for now. Hey, Joshua, let's take a look at Dain. D-A-I-N. Okay. Now, I didn't think that was a stock. Is it? Oh, D-A-L-N. Sorry, my eyes were playing tricks on me. Okay, Dallas News. And that appears to be all the monthly candles that I can muster here. Let's see, what was your other? Not indication of candlestick pattern lines for the 15-minute chart. All right, well, let's take a look at the 15-minute chart. All right, so, just kind of spent its time grinding around the $4 level, took this big pop up to 476, and then just kind of peeled it all the way back down. We wedged up a little bit right here and above VWAP currently, as it just kind of vacillates in this lower extreme. I mean, I'm assuming this was all-time lows at some point earlier in the month, but it's made a nice recovery. I like what's happening here on the monthly, because if, today is the last day of the month, ironically, and it's looking good for a close above that 10 period, and that would definitely be bullish. So it seems to be behaving on the intraday. Nice blue candles on the go no go. How many shares are in the float here? Not a big float. 5 million shares. So that's about all I got on that one, Joshua. If you have any specific questions about what's going on here, let me know. But pretty simple, as this is all of the monthly candles, and just kind of trying to reclaim this area here. And if that can happen, well then anything up here is potential if the buyers come back into it. Up to the 519 level. Uh, after this big down month, I wonder if we attached an anchor to the big down month. Okay, I anchored to the big down month using the anchored VWAP here. Interesting. Notice, notice where we put on the brakes. So this is going to be a very interesting level here. When, not saying it's going to happen, but if we ever do get a close on the monthly above, call it 450, that would be bullish for DALN. Sorry, ladies and gents, I don't know who's blowing up my phone here, but let me put a stop to it. Okay. Complete spam. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. Delete and block. There we go. Yay. There's nothing more annoying than a random person trying to sell you something. You're like, how did you get my number? What would be a good chart to jump in on before or right at the beginning of a trend? Well, that's a slippery slope, Joshua, if you're asking me right now in real time. But let's backtrack a little bit. You know, we as traders all have a certain setup or pattern that we look for, right? Um, I'm a big fan of the opening range breaks, but they all look beautiful in hindsight. But trying to be in them in real time as that event is unfolding and you want to hit it at the perfect time, not so easy. So, typically I have a list of stocks that I'm monitoring, in that opening 15, 20, 30, 45 and hourly uh, time frames. And, I really like trying to find them an hour into the open, but they can occur 15 minutes in, 30 minutes in, any time of the day. There just seems to be a lot that occur in the first 30 minutes. Yeah, I'll do that. Hold on 1 second. So let's just randomly scroll through here and if I see anything good, we can mark it up. But a lot of things just rip today, you know, not a whole lot of time for setup. Okay, so this is a bigger dollar stock, but 118 bucks, but it's the pattern that counts, right? So I tell you what, let's just dispense. Well, we could dispense with the Gono charts, but this is a good thing to point out because these aren't candlesticks, but they're open high-low close bars. Same same methodology, right? So what we're going to do here is, and the way I do it a lot to get my universe down, because if you're trying to watch for these, watching the whole market, good luck. You're just gonna, you know, be like a one-legged man in a butt whipping contest. You'd just be running around hopping around in circles. So first and foremost, you want to procure a list. An easy way to do that is, you know, if a stock is gapping up, there's something up with it. It might have continued upward momentum. If a stock is gapping down, it might have continued downward momentum. But that is well, I just accidentally got rid of it. There we go. Okay. Mod. If a stock is gapping down, there's something wrong with it. Now, is it going to gap down and continue? Is it going to gap up and continue? Or is it going to gap up and reverse, eat some of the gap up? Or if something gaps down, is it going to reverse and eat up some of the down gap? Flip a coin, right? But gaps are definitely one of the most popular things that most traders that traders like to pay attention to because there's going to be action and typically volume um, in the stock. Now, having said that, I think what mod gapped up a teeny bit, right? But a good place to go is to our pre-market channel, and you can see all the stocks gapping up, gapping down. So typically what I'll do is put the top 10 gap ups in a list, put the top 10 gap downs in a list, and start monitoring those stocks after the market opens, right? And what we do is we look for the ones that are quote unquote going sideways, setting up. We don't know what's going to happen, but the pattern is looking conducive thus far. So let's pretend that mod was one of the ones we were watching. We see this tight range here. What is that? 109 down to 105. That's a tight range for that stock, 4 or 5 points. Notice VWAP right here. A little bleedy, but then it reclaims VWAP, comes back up here to the high, breaks that line, and never looks back. Now, the cool thing is, if you're using Go No Go, you've already got added confidence because the bars are all blue, right? That's typically a sign of upward momentum. So the key here would have been to buy right about the 109.50 level, and then use the bottom of the prior 15-minute candle as your stop. Okay, entry bar here, low of the prior 15-minute bar. Here's your risk level, and thus far, here is your potential profit level. Notice how much bigger the potential profit level is than the risk level, right? So if we were risking, that's 107, that's 2.5 points. And then from 110, we got 8 points. So that's at least a 3R. So far it is returned at least 3 of what you were risking, probably slightly above. So once again, you can only monitor so many stocks, and depending on your aptitude, maybe you can monitor 10 longs and 10 possible longs, 10 possible shorts. Maybe you can do 20 and 20. Maybe you can do 30 and 30. But that's what it's really all about, is knowing what your setup is and then waiting for that setup to occur. But first you have to reduce the number of symbols that you're trying to keep up with, because, you know, Barry has a gazillion charts, and that's a very good way to keep your eyes on multiple stocks at any given time. You just have a little thumbnail up there and you're like, ooh, nice range. Now, if this range was all stretched out, would have no interest in it. We want to see nice tight consolidations leading to a break. And of course, this also plays to the downside as well. Um, Let me see if we can find a good example to the downside here. A lot of these things just ran as well. That looks nasty. And if it weren't for that, that pre-market candle right there, but like, for example, DSX isn't looking too bad, right? And notice the pre-market activity. And that's not a wick, that's a bar, right? It reminds me of a wick though, because it's a bar. But there's an old saying, if it wick there, it can trade there. In this case, it actually traded there. So, you know, just think, this is going sideways here. What if you put a short on right here at 254? Your risk level, you know, can't really use the prior 15-minute candle. But really, I'd want to wait for the break. Okay, if this thing came down here and printed 250, and I thought it looked good, breaking out of that little range right there. If we're shorting 250, and this is the prior, let's say it came down in this candle, right? Then I would use the high of that candle as my out, right? It would be a low risk entry. And from the looks of it, of course, this is monthly. Let's see what we see on the daily. It still looks pretty gross. I mean, DSX is at all-time lows, right? And not looking to, I mean, my eyes go back to this little level here. So, you know, it's definitely got some room to the downside. But just wanted to illustrate even one right now that doesn't look so bad if the sellers come back into it. And the sellers have been pretty active in it today. 4-4 on the relative scale for volume. So Josh, I hope that kind of illuminates that topic. Well, Troy, to your comment there, when you know something good is about to happen, yeah. But of course, that depends on your definition of when you know, because nobody ever knows anything for certain, right? We can assign probability to what we think might happen. Sure, Andre wants to look at Zap. All right, well, definitely been taking its beatings on the daily here. Curious to see if we anchored to this day here. I don't think it anchored. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Just anchored to that high. And of course, this thing, man, is that real? Is that a real wick? I don't know. So any of these things are reverse split, and these charts look like this, but I do see that wick up there. In any case, I just anchored to the high and the purple line. This is the 130 right here, this purpley, light purple. This is anchored to the high day. And interestingly enough, look at how that anchored VWAP acted as, you know, supply and resistance for a good while. And then one day, poof. So this little thing went bonkers up from, 2 and change, peaked out at almost 20 bucks. Now it looks like it's, if I drew some trend lines here and here, it looks like it's starting to wedge up, right? Forming a nice little base here. If we did one more anchor here, we can see, you know, no surprise after that big day that anchored VWAP showing up right here where this thing is starting to consolidate. So we got a little sandwich here with we're, almost a crossing the 10 period coming back down to the anchored VWAP from this blow off top here. Now, if I had to take a guess, I would just say we're probably going to be in this range for a bit, maybe even a little tighter. So definitely good for Zap being out of its death march, chopping around at $2, went all the way up to almost 20, now at the happy medium and, a cozy little nest for now. Now all we have to do is wait and see, does it attack these levels or do we get a pullback and breach these levels? So that's what I got for Zap there, Andre. Yep, Joshua, that's the key is finding your niche, finding the windows that are going to produce the symbols that might do your thing, and then just watching that specific universe, right? A buddy of mine was asking about 52-week lows, and I'm like, okay, well, let me put something together. And let me tell you, there are many stocks hitting 52-week lows. DSX, one of them. But it's crazy because I put some filtering in there, just some generic filtering, you know, relative volume 1.5, blah blah blah, and like there was nothing. Had to remove all filters just to get stocks coming through hitting 52-week lows. And then most of them aren't even tradable. They're these little crappy stocks that haven't even traded 20,000 shares. So then you put minimum average, or excuse me, shares traded today at 300, and then you'll get one spitting out every once in a while. But that's just not the market that we're in right now. But it is nice to see the more liquid ones because if they're hitting 52-week lows in this market, something's wrong with them. Western Union. Back when Bitcoin came out, everybody's like, well, guess Western Union is done for, but not so much. But I think eventually they probably will go the way of the dodo, but hey, GameStop didn't, did it? Everybody thought GameStop was going to be the next Blockbuster. They're like, everything's going to be downloadable. There's no point in having stores. And that's what led to the fiasco that is currently still ongoing. To be continued. Let's see. The earnings play post-market will affect the market the next day. Oh yeah, earnings. Let's see. I've got an earnings list over here. I have not pulled it up in quite a while. But yeah, we're right in the thick of it. And earnings are weird. If they report pre-post, very few companies report in the middle of the day. But here are all the ones, you know, reporting today before the open and 0.75 being after the close. So the interesting thing about earnings, especially from a swing trade perspective, company might come in, smash earnings, think the stock's going to go up. Nope, they gap it down. Company comes in with horrible earnings, think the stock's going to get pummeled, they take it up. All right, flip a coin. Makes no sense. Sometimes they do what you think, sometimes not. But yeah, either the day before or the day after, the stock can still be extremely active. And that's why traders typically love earnings season because there's a lot more volatility. Opens up additional, you know, trade avenues that might not be around in just the quote unquote normal non-earnings season market. I don't even know how many this list just keeps on going. I'm not even going to bother to count them up. But if I'm stretching this thing all the way out, MIRG, and then all the way at the bottom, we have X-ray. So nice little bevy of stocks reporting earnings today. And notice what the relative volume is on all of them, even right now as we speak. Highest one is 14, and the lowest is still doing approximately 2 times the amount of shares that it normally does. So therein lies the correlation between earnings day and relative volume. And the more volume there is in a stock that you're trading, the more the likelihood increases that it's hopefully going to do what you want it to. Of course, it's no guarantee, but when you're in a trade and you're profitable and it keeps going your way and the volume is big, we typically consider that a good thing. And you are welcome, Andre. All right, little time check here. Wow, that is, you always hear Barry say that was a fast morning, the first 2.5 hours. Then yeah, when you're trading, time just kind of goes by quickly. And here I have been chattering at you guys for almost an hour already, and I thought it'd be 30 minutes, and it's been 50 minutes. So that's a good thing. Having said that, it's almost going to be last call for questions or chart lookings. So if you want to sneak one in, now would be the time. A lot of these energy plays strong today. BTE, gap up, and just boom, 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 strong all day. The the quad U. I wonder why I'm not getting a monthly chart there. Okay, there's the weekly. That's a bit odd. Huh. I wonder why that is. I'll have to show that to somebody. Yeah, you took a little grind down, and it seems to be that let's see, are these uranium. Yeah. Uranium and vanadium. And I can't say that this acts as the futures for those other stocks, but a lot of the other stocks, this one can be a harbinger for the other ones, the other uranium plays. Sure. I tell you what, I'm going to drop the earnings top list in the YouTube chat. Okay, here it comes. And where did my chat go? There it is. Okay. So, earnings today, top list. And before I do that, let me just make sure I don't have any weird customs in there, which I don't think I do because it's just earnings. But it's looking at stocks between 10 and 500. So you can always change that. But here is the cloud link for earnings today. Enjoy. And every day, yes, you can paper trade on ideas. And let me show you real quick how to do that. Now, this is Brokerage Plus right here. Okay. So I'm going to log in. See, this is our trading interface. You can connect to these other brokers, but for paper trading, without having to connect to any broker, we're just going to say connect. And now we are connected to the paper trading account here. And I can easily click on any symbol. And I tell you what, let me, I don't know if I can duplicate this into, I cannot duplicate into a container here. But let me get a symbol in here and I'll just show you how easy it is. Okay, so as soon as I clicked on the symbol of NUZE, you'll notice it loaded up in here for me. I'm set on 1,000 shares. I could easily change that if I wanted to. Say, okay, 600 shares, news, buy. And then once we tell it which direction, then we have to hit the send button. And then boom, I just bought 600 shares of NUZE at 614. And then it will continue to monitor your progress, your P&L, all that good stuff. Okay. So yes, that's how you get to it. If you don't have a Brokerage Plus up in your current layout, you just find the toolbar, you go new, and then you click on Brokerage Plus up here, and it'll spawn Brokerage Plus for you. And then we have all these cool buttons over here. So like, hey, I want to double my position in news. We could click here. I could say double. I could say cut my position in half, reverse it, flatten, so forth and so on. So that's how you do it every day. So for example, I'm gonna bail on this one. I could just hit click here, say flatten, and bye-bye. And bye-bye, we're gone. All right, Joshua, so that cloud link is in the YouTube. I hear Barry.
You do, and now I'm surprised. Do you know the trick? I mean, I don't do it because I like it outside, but you know the trick to get Brokers Plus into a dock window?
I can't say that I do.
Well, let me tell you.
Tell
me. So shut down your Brokers Plus window.
Yeah.
And then
And then open and docked container.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Okay. Yeah. See, I was just
Exactly.
like, Durr.
Dun.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's the only one. It's the only one. I don't know why you can't use the duplicate into, but it's the only one. And then I always tell people, if you're going to do that, though, make sure you uncheck the open and dock window because everything
Yeah.
then you ever open will go
Correct.
in. So,
Yep.
which is not what I want.
I did show the kiddos the monthly Bitcoin chart.
Oh, okay.
What I was talking about. So
All right.
I'm telling you, it looks the same as it ever has. Little bold patterns, little
Okay.
smiley face patterns leading up to the level. So
Okay.
you know.
Well, I will definitely keep an eye on it. There's no question. I don't know exactly what I'll do, but I certainly want to have a little piece of it, just for fun, even if it's just for fun. By the way, going back a bit, I caught the tail end. You said you couldn't bring up Quad U on a monthly chart,
Yeah, like check it out.
because I could.
And it might just be this chart. Look, here's the weekly, and then it might just be a glitch. See? I don't know what's going on there.
Because let me take over the screen, and I'll get quadruple U on there, and I'll go to a monthly chart. Now, are you using? Not that it should matter, but there's the monthly chart for. Are you using the HTML or the legacy
Yeah,
charts?
the browser interface.
It shouldn't matter. Let me go here. I mean, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know why it's.
No, I got a monthly chart on.
That's so weird. Let me crush this. Let me turn this chart into a monthly. Okay, it must have just been that one chart window because look, I just. Oh, if you scroll too forward, okay. If you hold down Control and spin your mouse wheel down, you will get this. Then you have to open it back up. See?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Somehow it's compressing the chart too much.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh well.
And as Pepe said, it didn't matter. It doesn't matter. My little he's always on my right hand shoulder.
He's just... Oh, hi Pepe. I didn't even see him pop in there.
Oh yeah. All right, my friend.
That's gonna be my go-to phrase. It does not matter.
It does not matter.
All right, it does not matter.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Does it help your trading? It doesn't matter. You know. Seriously.
You know what that reminds me? That reminds me of the Matrix.
Yes.
She got out. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
the
matter.
The informant is real. Why my mind picked out that little tidbit just now? I don't know. It's kind of crazy up there, Barry.
And yet, what did you have for dinner yesterday?
That would be steak.
Oh, okay. Well, you weren't supposed to remember that quickly. You were supposed to keep all the stupid things that clustered around in your head, and just forget all the things that you really should remember.
Well, the reason I can remember that is because it's the same every night. Kind of hard to forget.
Steak every day.
Being a carnivore and all, Barry.
Yes. You're still on that diet, are you?
Yeah, it's been July 10th was a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you feel great.
Change your life, baby.
Okay, I'm on it. Bitcoin and steak. Those are the two things I got from your 12 o'clock session. Okay. All right, Jamie. Super. Thanks very much.
Yep. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. And both rooms now. Okay. All right. So now, unfortunately, we have in an hour. We've got, well, not unfortunately. It'll be a lot of fun to put that SPY 1 minute chart up, but we do have the FOMC at 2 o'clock, and then the press release or the presser at 2:30, where he asks, or he comes out, has a little talk, and then he takes questions. So that can actually be more volatile than the 2 o'clock. The 2 o'clock is just sort of the releasing of the minutes, but believe me, it can be very volatile. So if you are, if you're going to be in something, that is more market dependent, I'd just be very careful. Like a Microsoft or an Amazon or Meta or some of the ones that are very market dependent. I'd be a little bit careful at 2 o'clock. The AI's had a pretty good day. I mean, it didn't have a great day yesterday, but this is certainly a bounce back day for our AI today. I did my video on Groupon, and the reason I did the video, I like doing the videos on stocks that gave you a lot of opportunity to trade. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So here's Groupon, guys. So there's that little down arrow. This was an opportunity to short Groupon, okay, 1452. And you can see it got down and I don't know if it pulled up first, but it got all the way down here, 1376, and then down to 1335. But look what happened afterwards. For about 45 straight minutes, you had another opportunity. If you missed it the first time, you had an opportunity to keep watching it, and then you could have taken it, after about an hour. Actually, how long ago? That would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost an hour and a half later. You still had an opportunity to short Groupon, and actually, that would have worked out even better. Because again, if you'd got in at the around the 1452, look where it got down to 1304. This got down to 1352. So that's why you're hearing me say all the time, use the AI like a watch list. They can set up at different times during the day. And honestly, what could have happened too, it could have got stopped out, and maybe it hit another area of resistance on the top side, and you could have maybe shorted it at a higher level. In other words, and get a better price. So that's why watch them all day long. There's not that many. Well, Poe, your LSH has done very well for you. I think you didn't you take it around $3? I think you were looking at a $3 hold. Let's see, a sleep number and earnings play. It is another earnings play. Sleep number SNBR, another earnings play. All the earnings plays, guys. We have another. I'd say we have another 3 weeks. I think next week is going to be a lot of earnings. Also, the week after it'll start to tail off, but I think we've got another good 3 weeks. There's an Apple release this afternoon after hours. August 1st. No, it's tomorrow. Okay. Well, let me help you on that one, Paul. Let me get LSH up, and let me put a little price alert at 350 and see if I can juice it up for you. Okay. We know how this works. Yeah, I'm going to give it at least a week. Okay, today and Thursday, Friday with the 3 minute. It's still kind of what I remember when I tried it on a 2 minute. They're just a little too jumpy. Oh, this is a 15. Forget it. Forget what I just said. Yeah. Okay. So the 5 is about the same. By the way, Pepe, when we were talking yesterday, how our results were different, we forgot. I mean, maybe you already thought about it, but you remember I'm using pre-market. Are you using pre-market and Thinkorswim also, and Go No Go? Is that possibly why there was a difference? You use pre-market, okay. So our numbers should have been about the same. That's interesting. They weren't, but oh, I didn't know. I did not know you customized it. Okay. So when you say you wrote your, so it's really not Go No Go. I mean, it's following their ideas, but you just wrote it from scratch. So you're not taking Go No Go at all, really. Go No Pepe. Oh, okay, cool. Obviously, Thinkorswim is pretty flexible in that regard. How you can do that? Oh, ThinkScript. Oh, okay. I sort of remember that. Well, Paul, let's take a look at it on a Go No Go chart. Okay, LSH, and let's see. So you see, right now, I don't know when you got in. Obviously, you got in up here and you took a loss on it because I thought you were in over a little over 3. This could have been in this area an opportunity to take the trade around 320. It was still a little bit jumpy, and then it got up to 354, holding, and then once it turns to this color, you're out. But now, if this turns blue, I'm going to put an alert up here around 351 and see if that, in fact, if it gets there, if that will in fact be a blue line. Dip. That was you yesterday talking about you were using what the Go No Go pullback on the 5 minute. Was that you in from the Market Explorer? Was that you? That was you. Okay. So how's that working today? There you go. Not working at all. Okay. Oh, because you don't have it active. Okay. You see, you tricked me there. I thought you meant the alerts you're getting weren't working. All right. I'm going to try this one more time. Yep. So that was the go pull back 5 minutes, right? That was the go pull back 5 minutes. Is that's what you're using yesterday? I think that was it. Give me a moment, guys. I just want to make sure my charts. Aha, that would have changed. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. I'm just fiddling around here. All right, Poe. See, you just had to have a little more faith. All right, let's see if this has any run at all now. It turned blue, hit the 350. Let's see if it has any sort of run at all. And it turned same. So we've got a little bit of a confirmation here, 3 minute and the 5 minute. Okay. Okay, come on. So, Jermaine, how new a trader are you? Like scalping is very, 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 very difficult. Okay. The other thing is with the one-click trading, you have to assign a strategy to it. So give me a moment here as I'm watching the LSH. Okay. I mean, scalping is not easy. Okay. I mean, if you listen to, I don't know if you're listening to Jamie. I know he scalps, but you got to take a lot of shares. You really got to know what you're doing. Just give me a moment. Okay. You want some food? You got some food. So when you say scalping, what do you mean by scalping, Jermaine? Were you in the YouTube room listening to Jamie by any chance? Because he definitely is a scalper. I mean, he'll take some big positions and try to get 3 or 4 or 5 cents out of a stock, out of a trade. That's scalping. I don't scalp. I mean, I may end up only getting 3 or 4 cents, but that's not by design. So, but what do you mean by scalping? Because everybody has a different idea. But the other thing too is that, and this is where it gets difficult. You have to assign a buy strategy from Brokerage Plus to one of your to the buy button. You have to create the strategy. I mean, I can show you what it kind of looks like, but in a type stop loss, I mean, you the problem with what you're saying though is that if you have tight stop loss, what if the stock is relatively frisky or volatile? You could get stopped out almost immediately. So what do you mean by a tight stop loss? What is your definition of a tight stop loss? And what price range are you looking to trade? You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff, Jermaine, that goes into it. But let me just show you the mechanics, okay? Where's my Brokerage Plus window? Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, well, what you have to do, and in the strategies, you have to assign a strategy to the buy button. Okay, let's assume you just want to go long. You're not going to. You're talking about assigning. You what you want to do is click the buy button and get into a trade. Is that what you mean? Okay, you have to assign. You can make up your own strategy, like your own, scan. Put it in here. You can use one of these, but you have to assign one. It gets difficult. I mean, because what are you going to do exactly in terms of a strategy? Okay, I mean, you have to either come up with your own or you can use one of these. But you see how it says on there. If I do this, if I uncheck the default chart long strategy, see how the buy button disappears? It's just grayed out. So that's why I'm saying you have to assign a strategy to the buy button. So again, if I right click on a strategy and set the default long, there it is again. So now you can create your own. You have your own strategy, put it in here. There's a guide on how to do all that, but it's how new of a trader are you? Because, this is not easy. Okay, that's still pretty new. I mean, because now what happens is because now you've got to edit the trading strategy. And this is here's where you can establish your stop loss and all that sort of stuff, your entry time, the order details. What are you doing? Are you going to take $5,000 a trade? It's not very flexible because you have to do this. It'll be the same thing every single trade. You're assigning $5,000 to the trade. Risk management. What's going to be your risk? Why is this not showing up? Or based on a stop loss. Are you going to risk $100 a trade? There's a lot that goes into this, and I'm not sure that that's what you really want to do. And then to have a tight stop on it. I mean, if you're going to put a stop of what, 2-3 cents on something, you could get stopped out almost immediately, over and over again. So there's a lot that goes into it. I can't tell you what, exactly what you should use. It's a constant. It's not a variable. It's the same thing every single trade. Yeah, I mean that's why when I demonstrate it, I always do it manually. I don't like how many trades at a time are you in? The other thing. So is that a max? That's a maximum 4 trades. Okay, that's a lot for me. That'd be a lot. I mean, I'm usually. I mean, I'm not trying to impose my way I trade onto you, but I'm in 2 trades usually at the most. Hey guys, by the way, I got stopped out of the LSH. It's a dog. So I got stopped out of the LSH, guys. I got in just around that, just 346, and I got down to that 340, and I took myself out of the trade. I will watch it tomorrow, though. I want to see if it gets over that 450 mark. That was the IPO price. I blame Poe because I never would have looked at it, except he was all over it. So I blame him for my loss. So, okay, low cap and maybe even low float. Consequently, like a tight depends again what you mean by a tight stop loss, because I mean these things can be very whippy, and so consequently you get into something and you can get, let's again, when you said you want to have a tight stop, what in your mind was a tight stop? Now remember how I put stops. I don't put like every stop is 5 cents away or 10 cents away or 2 cents away. It's based on a chart. That's why I don't like the idea of automating, because you have no control. You have no control of, where I want to put a stop. I've never, ever, ever believed in automating. Now, for those of you sitting out there who are automating and it works great for you, great. But I've just never been a fan. I still don't know what you mean by, you're trying to gain on every little momentum. But what does that mean? You're going to sell if it goes up a nickel or a dime, or like what does that really mean? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Okay, I'm really not. But this is all to do with having a trading plan, of course. Oh, I see. You're just trying to concentrate on one stock. Oh, I see. So you don't have four stocks at the same time. You have one, you're just trying to concentrate on one stock. Well, I mean, if the stock is, I guess, volatile enough, has enough range in it. Otherwise, it depends on the stock you pick. How are you going to pick the stock at the beginning of the day? That's the one you're going to do. Cost, guys, is just having a bit of a. Boy, I mean, look at the room this W's got or IVP's got. The next high is 984, so it's at that high. The next high is 1187 for IVP. Wow. So, I mean, it's got room. Obviously, it's in play today. It's been coming off the bottom after the big run up it had. Got up to what, 18 or so, 1620 or so. Pulls all the way back down to 450. These are, it's a massive pullback, but trying to come up now. All right, CETU is halted now. Halted on the way down, though. Yes, you are right. The SPY is starting to pull back ahead of 2 o'clock. You got another 28 minutes or so. So yeah, right. The SPY is kind of breaking out of this now. All right, guys. So one last look at my homepage before 2 o'clock. All right. So clicking on my homepage link is what you're going to see. So again, we still have that promo code Barry25. You'll get 25% off first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. As always, use my promo code. That'll really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription, which allows the room to be free. It started 10 short videos. You must do that first. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos for you. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. And free, of course. And the trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here, including our user guide. And here, click on my homepage link, and you're looking for my scans. Here they are. Here are my scans. Okay, so here are the ones you can actually see. The biggest scan is from the open is up here. Pulse resumes is right there. Momentum scan is here. And the continuation or reverse is down here. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. I do not have them all up and running at the same time. FOMC, the minutes, the Fed, and then at 2:30, Powell has a press conference, and he'll have a little speech, and then he'll take some questions. So at 2 o'clock, I'm going to have a SPY 1 minute chart up. It will go crazy for about 3 or 4 minutes, then maybe settle down, and then at 2:30, maybe about 2:33, we'll have probably the same thing. So we have a lot of volatility at 2 o'clock, and just slightly after 2:30. That's why I was saying, if you're going to trade, if you're in things that are kind of dependent on the market, the Amazons and the Metas and some of the big stocks, I probably wouldn't be in them right now if you're day trading them. All right, guys. What time is it now? Yeah, another 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Do I have a video on strategy? I don't know what you mean by that exactly. I have no strategies, if that's what you're talking about. I don't. None of these are strategies. They're ideas. Okay, I create an alert window, and it's an idea generator, and then I click on the symbol, and I see what I like to see what I see. Well, I see what it looks like on a chart. So none of these are what you would call strategies that have been back tested or anything like that. So I don't know what you mean by that exactly. A video on strategy. Man, so this one, guys, it's got some room, doesn't it? BBLG has some room, obviously, on the both the daily and the weekly chart. Probably the same number. 425, 425. Maybe you mean a trading plan. And people's trading plans are going to be can be very different, of course. My style of trading doesn't have to be your style of trading. Okay, well, something's happening with this this bone biologics. So the high looking left is 233. Okay, takes that out, and it could get rolling for a while. Okay, for a while. I mean, it's already going to be ridiculously extended. Huh, I can't believe it. There are actually shorts available. Fee rate's a little onerous, but there are shorts available. 44,000 at Interactive Brokers. So, Jermaine, I'm not sure I answered your question. When you say, do I have a video on strategy? Well, it's still it's trying to get through this level here, this 233, but it's still kind of stuck right there. Now settle down a little bit, okay, on a 3 minute, probably not on a 5 minute, but well, risk management, of course, has to be part of every single strategy, okay? I mean, risk management is just something you have to do regardless of what your overall strategy is. Just a minute. So again, risk management is part of every strategy, okay? You have to have where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Things like that, right? That's your stop, of course. Next thing is, okay, how much are you going to risk per trade? Dollar wise. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be I'm not just talking to you, Jermaine, but anybody. If you got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. You know what? I got time at 141. I'm sure I'm not going to take any trade. So let's go over a little money management, okay? And on this particular one, right here. All right. Let's say I wanted to take this BBLG. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. I'll take 500 shares, go in at, it spreads. It's not great, but I'm going to buy it and send it. Now I'm in the trade. I'm in at 220, 223. I'm going to put a stop at 203, and I'll explain why. This is all to do with money management. Notice on my chart now, there is a line that says minus approximately minus 100. Okay. So before I take any trade, the first thing I do is I say, okay, if this is not going to work, where am I going to get out of the trade? Where am I getting out if it's not working? And for me, I'm looking at probably a 5 or a 15-minute chart, which I do have on my other monitor. Okay. And so that's how I do it. Okay. I'm not saying, okay, every stop is 5 cents away or 10 cents away or 20 cents away. I personally don't believe in that, or a percentage away. I like to base it on what I see on a chart, where there might be a support area, where I think could be a support area. And if it broke down through that support area, I'm out of the trade. Okay. That's how I trade. So once I've determined where I'm going to get out of the trade, if it doesn't work, and I put this 20 cents away on purpose, okay? Just to make the math simple. So the next step I do is I have to be able to, then I look left and I say, okay, if I take this trade and I've got a 20-cent stop, do I have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade? In other words, if I'm risking 20, do I have a reasonable expectation of making 40? In other words, a 1 to 2 risk reward. And how do I do that? Well, that's why you always hear me. I look left, and if I look left, and this one obviously would be fine if it got over that level right there, because if I look left, and I was in at 230. I mean, of course, I look left, and the next high is 427. That's far enough away. So that's how I trade. I will not. In other words, if I found out, if I looked at a chart, I said, okay, my stop should be 20 cents away, and then I look left, and the next high is 5 cents away, I'm not taking the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to make 5 cents. Now, just because the next high is 5 cents away doesn't mean it's going to stop there. But, it's just the way I trade. I mean, I try to put some of the odds in my favor. And one of the things I don't want to see is any chart resistance at all before I get at least to that 1 for 2. Now, the more the obviously a 1 for 2, if I'm risking 20 cents and the next high is 80 cents away, even better, of course. So that's that's how that's my thought process on virtually every single trade. Where am I going to get out if it's not working? That's the first thing I think of. Where am I going to get out of this thing if it's not working? The next thing is, okay, how many shares am I going to take? I don't take the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I take is based on, first of all, how much am I willing to risk on the trade dollar-wise? In the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. That's why I was saying earlier, if you've got a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. 5 bad trades, you're gone. So I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade in the simulator. The way I trade is I try not to vary my risk amount that much from trade to trade. In other words, I'm not going to risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Try to keep it within reason, about the same risk amount per trade. So that determines how many shares I'm going to take. So if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade and my stop is 20 cents away, hopefully it makes sense, the math. If you divide 20 cents into 100, you get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. You can set up an Excel spreadsheet where you can put your entry and your stop, have it automatically, of course, subtract for you, and that'll determine and then point to that risk amount, and that'll tell you approximately how many shares you should take. Okay, so now the next step, though, is obeying your stop. First of all, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live. So I would be practicing in a simulator and trying to make money in a simulator first, because easy enough to obey your stops in a simulator. If you get stopped out, it's just play money. And that's why but that is one of the hardest things to do, is to obey your stop when you do start actually trading. The reason being is that when you get in, a lot of times what happens is you get into a trade, and I mean, let's face it, some setups are probably better than others. For instance, if I look left and I'm risking 20 cents and the next high is like $2 away. I mean, that to me would be, wow, that is a better setup than if the next high was 40 cents away, right on the cusp. Maybe there's news. Maybe there's some really good news that had great earnings, or some news that the perception has been really good. News is not a reason I take a trade. It's just a bonus. But all I'm really trying to say, though, is that sometimes you get into a trade and it starts moving down to your stop, and you say to yourself, come on, it's going to come back. This is too good a setup. The news is great. So the $100 that you were planning to risk on the trade, all of a sudden starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell your position, kicking yourself for not getting out at your manageable loss. It's all about risk management, managing your loss. Well, hopefully it doesn't just flush through, but yes, I would. I mean, it depends. That's what can happen on a very, very low float situation. You have all the best intentions of the world of having a stop, but and depending on how many shares you take, it could burst right through your stop, and you're not getting out of your entire position. So it's I haven't been in too many situations like that lately. So, but the other thing that can be as damaging, and I know it's going to sound crazy, but you're down $500, and then it does turn around on you, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you sort of congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop, because you're saying to yourself, yeah, I knew it was going to come back. I knew it. And can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But in my humble opinion, obeying your stop, getting out at a manageable loss, you can always get back into the trade if it sets up again, is to me a massive first step, or second step, whatever step, to staying in. If you want to keep trading, that is your number one goal. Of course, to make money, yes, but is to manage your risk. Don't allow your account to get blown up. And the way to do that is obey your stop, and you can always get back in. I mean, maybe that wonderful setup presents itself a little later, and maybe this time it works. Maybe for some reason, you were just a little bit early. Maybe the market turned against you. Maybe it was a type of trade or a type of stock that was a little more dependent on the market. And all of a sudden, a giant red candle. Remember yesterday, we got a giant red candle? You can't control that. You don't know that's going to happen. Okay. And that whips you out of the trade. Doesn't mean it was a bad setup. Doesn't mean your strategy was wrong or anything like that. You cannot control something that happens out of the blue in the overall market that may affect your trade. It'd be like right now, if you were planning to take a trade right now, and it's Microsoft or something that is probably very market dependent, well, you better know that at 2:00 anything could happen. Okay, because when these minutes are released, anything could happen. The market could rip higher, it could rip lower. We don't know. So that's why you've got to practice in the simulator, or if you don't use our simulator, somebody's simulator, to practice trading until you can make money in the simulator. Because again, there's no emotion in the simulator. You get stopped out, oh well, right? It doesn't matter. A lot different though when you start to see your P&L gyrating up and down. Now, a lot of times also, my stop is the worst I want to do in a trade, the absolute worst, okay? I will sometimes get out of a trade earlier than my stop, just because maybe I just don't like the way it's trading. I get into something and I think and then it just starts to drift. I don't, maybe the market starts to turn against me. And so I always, I reserve the right, of course, to getting out of something before. Now, the T-Bio was a great example, actually, of something that could have blown through a stop, because this happened so quickly. Right here, was it here? Yeah, actually, it was earlier on the 5-minute chart. This happened so darn quickly, and that's why and there's no percentage, guys. I mean, people say, well, how much did I take off? 35% or 30, a third, a half, a quarter. Really, I get into something that I know is such a low, crazy low float, and it pops 20 or 30 cents on me. And depending on how many shares I've got, I'll probably take some profit almost immediately, because I know what can happen. And I'll hold on to a piece just in case it does something really crazy on the upside. But I have my finger on that submit sell button constantly when I'm in one of these things. Had I not, that would have blown through. If I'd had a hard stop, it would have blown right through it. I mean, I might have got, let's say I had a 2,000 shares of it. I might have got out 100 shares. Yeah, I don't know where you are, Jermaine, but I mean, most internet connections should be pretty good. If you're DAC in the Philippines, I don't know. But no, but seriously, I mean, if you're in North America, depends on the spread, Andres. Okay. I mean, if it's a fast mover, and even if the spread were nickel, with in Interactive Brokers, there's a mid in the order entry. There's something you can click on called mid, and so say the spread was 5 cents, I could press mid, and maybe I get a fill in between. Okay. But that's why you hear me say I couldn't get the trade. I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it. I kept chasing, penny by penny on something, and I didn't get the trade, because I'm not going to chase either, and just move on. And the other thing too is that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, because those fast movers, I mean, they're so volatile in the first 15 minutes. Up, down. And yes, I always run the risk of having something that I don't take that just keeps moving higher and higher and higher. Yeah, of course that can happen. But I'd rather sit out that first 15 minutes. And this is through experience. Believe me. I used to try to trade right at 9:30, right on the open, something was moving fast, and I'd hop in it. And then what was happening to me is that, and it took me a while, through my thick head, to say, you know what? It puts you in such a bad frame of mind when the first two or three trades you take, you're down, and it's happening, and it's happening in the first minute. And so I said, why am I keep doing this? Wait it out. The market's here for a long time. Now, I would say in the old days, 15, 20 years ago, sure, because the market's not like it. The market back then is not like it is now. There's always things to trade all day long. Now, there are some in the room that trade right off the bat, and they're making money doing it. Fantastic. They've got a knack to find that one that won't, pull way back. Okay, guys. Well, 156. So we are almost, actually 157 now. So 3 minutes. And what I'll do is I'll put up one big SPY chart. And we'll put it on 1 minute and stop the symbol linking. Okay, so here's my SPY, 1 minute SPY chart. And what you're going to see at 2 o'clock, you'll probably see a giant red candle. Well, I don't know what direction, but you'll probably see maybe a giant red candle. You see a giant green candle. You'll see a lot of whipping up and down. That's typically what it is. It usually takes, I'm going to say, 3 or 4 minutes before the absolute direction has been determined. And then we get to do it all over again at 2:30. Now, some of these small guys, they're probably are not going to be affected, okay, by whatever's happening in the SPY or the overall market. I think if I straddle it, let me just see if I straddle it. Yeah. Bitcoin might be another one to keep an eye on. Look at Bitcoin. It's moving higher ahead of. All right, guys, we got 1 minute and 10 seconds. So today I will stay a little bit later than 2:30 because I'll hang around for the presser and see what sort of action there is. So you can see ahead of it, you know, a little bit of selling price. But this is, remember, only a 1 minute 1 minute chart, and we have another 20 seconds. If you've never experienced this before, it's kind of fun to see the gyration on a 1 minute chart. All right, guys, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off. Okay, here we go. So these are still, this is kind of minor still. Sometimes you get these giant red candles and then a giant green candle. I don't think anybody expected a rate cut or certainly not a raise, but not a rate cut either. I think it's, you know, it's the 2:30 when he actually has to field questions. And that's when he can start to make some interesting comments that can affect the market. Like if he came out and said, you know what, I know we've been talking about a rate cut in September. We don't think so now. Maybe not till next year. You will see a giant red candle. I'm not saying he's going to say that. Actually, it's kind of boring. I mean, a lot of times it's a lot, lot more giant candles, red or green. All right. Well, I think I'm usually I keep this up for about 3 or 4 minutes, but I don't know. What this lumen is, I mean, again, with that float, the less than a million in the float, it looks so good. It looks interesting. I mean, yesterday's high was 350 or so. You see, this go no go chart is sort of telling you, suggesting an entry around three. And it's the same on the 5 minute. But I'm finding it, a little too whippy. Yeah, I agree, Doc. I do agree. That's one of the even on a day where everybody knows they're not going to raise interest rates or lower them, or usually you get some big giant candles in the 1 minute, up or down. But look, 15-minute chart right here doing nothing. I think 230 will probably be a little more exciting. Not right at 230. Well, I know. I mean, one question will be, do you think we'll lower interest rates in September? And whatever he says to that is going to affect the market. Probably, well, probably, maybe, perhaps. Okay, I have to take a look at this Pep G here, guys. I mean, this. Missed it. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, the Lumen is, I mean, it's really interesting. You know, I am going to load a scan that I haven't used for a while. I'm just going to see where. Just give me a moment. I got to find it. Okay, guys. So MOLN just got halted on the way up or on the way down, and on the way up. So MOLN just got halted on the way up. And this is how much? Yeah, not very much volume. In fact, yeah, not very much volume at all. Hmm. Ah, look at PepG. I lost sight of it. I was thinking of taking that one. It was just hanging around that 30-cent level. Shoot. Yeah, really nice one, actually. On the 5 minute, you can see right there, there's your transition right there, 981. It dipped down to, now, again, I don't know when you're seeing this, okay? I don't know if it dipped down first but anyway, 982, 981 was that an opportunity to take that trade based on go, no go. And earlier at 9:53 on the 3 minute. So there's on the 5 minute and there's on the 3 minute. Now, of course, I would always use a 3 minute chart. They all look like this, but that's not necessarily the case. This gives you a little more confirmation, like all the higher time frames do. They give you more confirmation, but typically later entries. So this, I haven't talked about this one for a long time. I used to run it fairly often. This might be of interest to some of you. Up big yesterday, down big today. Okay, and down big yesterday, up big today. Okay, two. There are two scans in here. So when you see it in blue, this means this is a something that was down big yesterday and up big today. So you can see exactly what it's looking for. Down big yesterday, up now big. Okay, I mean that's obviously have some. It has to be a minimum that it was down yesterday and a minimum that it was up today. And you can see the same thing here. Up big yesterday. Now again, it's some of them are going to look really dramatic. Are you talking about that particular one, Jay? It's on my homepage. Oh no, it isn't. It is not. If you want it, I can give it to you, but it's not on my homepage. Okay. It's a multi-strategy window, so I'll just share it. And like anything else, you can always make adjustments. So for instance, let's see if I do the configure all, I probably have a, I mean, this is the price range I'm looking at, 2 to 40. If you want to make a change, you can change. This configure all will change both of the strategy or both of the scans. Okay. Here's the volume. This is what you can change for, yeah, for both of them. If that makes sense. And if you want to find out what the individual scan is looking at, then all you have to do is click on the strategies, hover until the next box pops up, open the alert window, and then this will show up big yesterday, but down big today. So this is what it's looking at. So it has to be making a new low. Prices between 2 and 40. So the price was down at least, price was up at least 5% yesterday. Okay, up at least 5% yesterday. But now today, it's got to be down at least 1% from the close of yesterday. Now these, of course, value is at least 0.5. I'm not sure what that is. That's a custom formula. I don't know if it's going to make any difference. I did not realize that it had a custom formula in it. So there's ASTS. So that, you just have to look at a daily candle. I mean, it was down yesterday. Now it's up today. Big and, up big and down big, those are words, of course, which don't really, can mean different things to different people, of course. Let me see what that custom formula is at U28. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's going to matter though. That was the distance to the next higher low. Okay, that's what it was. Oops. So yeah, so what you won't see, what I see, it'll be at least 50 cents to the next high or low, depending on what direction I'm looking at. You won't see that because it's a custom formula. So William will keep the room open until about 3:55. Okay. So I'll hang around for probably till about quarter to 3. I'll see what happens at 2:30. And then, for the next 15 minutes, usually maybe even 10 minutes, we'll kind of know. Oh, it's 2:20 already. Who's this afternoon after the market, Penny? I don't know. Is Amazon? Let's take a look at Amazon. No, that's tomorrow. Who is of note after the market closes today or post market releasing earnings? Meta. Okay, thank you. So Meta. I guess I'm used to calling it Meta. Yeah, July 31st post market. Okay. So that's a big one, obviously. Okay, I guess this MOLN. Wow, it opened and look what happened. Look what happened. MOLN opened. There wasn't very much volume when it got halted. It was 78,000 shares when it got halted, but now it is at 105. So, I mean, it's picking up, not a lot, but ARM also, okay, yeah, that'll be interesting. QCOM, okay. CVNA. I got Penny in our YouTube room and William in our main room. Wow. I think this is the one that the analysts have collective egg on their face because they were basically predicting this was going to zero. That is Carvana. So if you close your eyes, I mean, it's not that long ago. I mean, honestly, it's not that long ago, guys. I mean, this is last year, last May. Just trying to find the low. I want to say 423. That looks like the low, okay? But, from between 4 and 6. So about a year ago, you could have picked this up. No, I know you're in the YouTube room, Penny. So about a year ago, you could have picked this up for about, between $4 to $6. And this is when many of the analysts were just basically saying, I remember some of them trolling. As far as I called it trolling. Like Wedbush said, we've got a price target of 25 cents. Things like that. Look at this. What a amazing. It truly is amazing. I mean, it's still way down from the highs. That was during the pandemic. But let me put it this way. The drop from 379 down to 134, yeah, that's a certain percent, pales in the percentage increase from say 4 to 134. Another one. I haven't seen this one for a while. Remember this week back here? YYAI, YYAI, just showing up in the momentum scan. Boy, this is a snoozer right now, this Lumen. I mean, for a stock with, that amount in the float, and, it's traded 54 million, it just is absolutely snoozing. Now, this could be one of those ones that break out towards the end of the day, but we're already at 230. Notice, guys? Okay. I just wanted to show you how the stop worked. So you see, remember I took this one in the simulator, put the stop in at 203, and that's where it got stopped out. $99 loss. Okay, that's how it works. This, if you're wondering, this is, I think I was demonstrating how you can short. I don't even know when I took this one. And to get out of a trade, you just have to highlight the trade and flatten it. I clicked it twice, Pepe, just to see, but it's not. Oh, it's probably out of the trade already. Wanted to see if it would reverse it, but it didn't. All right, let's take a look at Bone Biologics, and Mamba is saying he took it at 227 and will sell it at 370. Now that is some optimism. The next high looking left is that 233. It is just touching that area now. Then a very low float, another very low float, approximately $1 million in the float. Okay, guys, I will put up another SPY chart just for fun, see what happens. As I say, nothing usually. He's probably getting himself readied at the podium. Then he'll start to talk for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. I don't really know how long he talks. And then he fields questions. And we're talking about Powell. He will field some questions. And that's when, well, depending what he says, but but usually it's the question period that kind of gets you into the interesting moves on the SPY. But certainly in advance of all this, or maybe he is talking right now, specifically right now. All right. Sorry, guys. This is his wife's company, all-time high now, American dollars. Well, I don't know what he's saying, but Mark is liking it so far. He hasn't said anything that's really going to dampen the market yet, anyway. I'm wondering why not just have the stick chart as my daily and my weekly? Why not? I call it a stick chart. Wow, Saba now broke through that whole number. Wow, what a how's your biologic doing? I'm actually yeah, it's got to take out that 230 again, 233 again. Give me a moment. Whoops. Okay, now we got some action on the SPY. Okay, we had a little move up. That's at 230, 232, little move up. Now we're getting a little bit of action in the SPY. You might be fielding questions now. I don't know. Maybe he's still talking. Anybody listening? Question starting now. Thank you, William. So, oh man, it's not bad. Oh, I'm just not talking. Waldemar. Okay, I'm just not talking. I'm just about due to get out of here. So he is saying that. Okay, you could possibly cut rates in September. Okay, he's not. So he's not throwing. He's not saying no. I agree, Dak. I've got that LSH on radar also. I would remember the IPO was at 450, so I think it's got to get to that level, and there it is right up here. It was on IPO at 450, so if it takes that out at some point, that could get it. That could really get it going, and it only at 1.8 million in the float. So, yeah. Okay, guys. I think that's it for me. I think we've seen the fireworks, and that's enough. I don't think there's really going to be much more. So again, before I take off, for the YouTubers, I will put the main trading room link or the link to my homepage and show you how you can find it. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and you want to go to the main room, here it is. Okay, here it is, trading room. That's for the YouTubers. You can go to the trading room. William will keep the room open until about 3:55, he said. Okay. Okay, guys. So that's it for me. So thanks for all the help all day long. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing in the main room and putting myself on mute in the main room. And now I have to shut down YouTubers.